A one-eyed man walks alone through a world that already buried him once. His right arm ends in iron and gunpowder. The sword strapped to his back is too large for anything human to swing, and he swings it anyway, again and again, at things no sane person would get close enough to name. He isn't hunting for glory, and he isn't hunting for redemption. Burned into the side of his neck is a mark that guarantees only one thing: wherever he walks, hell follows close behind. And somewhere at the end of that road, 5 voices are already waiting, voices that know exactly who he used to be long before he does. This is the beginning of Guts' war. Something vast and wrong has him in its grip. Too many limbs, too many joints, flesh that won't stay still long enough to look like flesh. The dark around them tears itself apart with the sound of it. A clawed hand unfolds toward him, almost gentle about it. The way a predator handles something it's already decided is finished. He drives the sword in any way, teeth bared, dragging steel through whatever passes for its body. It doesn't answer with pain. It answers with something far more unsettling, a sound far too pleased to be right. Whatever it isn't afraid of him, not yet. It shows itself at full size now, wings like torn sailcloth, a second half-formed face grown wrong out of its own shoulder, a spine that isn't a spine at all. Fire blooms somewhere below, throwing the whole nightmare into stark light. And there, small against all of it, stands the man they'll come to call the Black Swordsman, cloak torn, one arm ending in cold iron, already moving. It tells him, in its own broken way, that he's already lost, that he walked into this on purpose, like a fool. He doesn't look impressed. If anything, the gloating irritates him more than the creature itself does. It keeps going, something about mercy, about this being the last good thing he'll ever feel. The kind of line a thing says when it still believes it's the one holding the leash. Then something in its face breaks. Whatever it expected to happen next, this wasn't it. It ends somewhere off in the dark, absolute and final, the sound of it rolling out over the mountains like something the whole valley will remember by morning. And by morning, it's already over. What's left of the thing smokes in the frost. He stands above it, breathing hard, sweat cooling in the cold, the kind of stillness that only comes after something has stopped being able to move. Further down the road, life goes on the way it always does. A walled town catching the last color of a dying sky, indifferent to whatever happened in the hills behind it. Carts rattle in through the gate, waved through without much interest. Somewhere in the crush of it, a boy sits chained to a wheel, and a knight in armor that's seen better days watches the road like he's bored of it. He walks in past all of it, the noise, a market folding up for the night, the kind of shape people notice once and decide not to look at twice. In a cart nearby, a handful of children press their faces to the bars, too tired or too frightened to make a sound. Somewhere ahead, a blade misses its mark and punches clean through a barrel instead, and the men watching find it a good deal funnier than they should. Inside, a big man loudly blames his own bad aim on everything except himself, while behind him, tied down, wings pinned flat, something small and terrified braces for him to try again. The room has the particular silence of people who have already decided not to get involved. Someone mutters that it's a shame. Nobody moves. Word passes low along the bar. These are Coca Castle's men, and Coca Castle's men don't answer to anyone here, not even the mayor. The next weapon comes out, loaded heavier than the last, more bolts than any one shot should need. He says something short to the man behind the counter, barely a warning, and there's nothing in his face that suggests he's asking permission. The big man's head turns. Whatever he sees standing there is enough to wipe the grin off his face outright. Below, the bound creature strains against its ropes, pleading in a voice too small for the room to bother hearing, while its captor laughs and promises something considerably worse than a miss. The big man's eyes go wide, not at a threat, but at a name he clearly didn't expect to be standing in his own tavern. Around him, his men go still. One calls for backup that isn't going to arrive in time to matter. Nobody in the room says, "Bastard." and means it more than the man staring down a sword he has no way of stopping. The mechanism lets go all at once, a fistful of bolts where one would have done the job. The tavern comes apart into noise, a chair going over, someone shouting, the small creature flinching hard against its ropes. One of the men takes it across the face and the helmet both, the impact enough to fold him where he stands. And then it's just bodies moving, the swordsman cutting a line through Koka Castle's men like they're an afterthought to whatever he actually came here for. He stands over what's left, sword resting easy across one shoulder, the iron of his other arm catching what little light the room has left. Nothing in his expression suggests this cost him anything. The onlookers haven't moved. Whatever they came here expecting to watch, it wasn't this. Still bound, still shaking, the little thing has stopped even trying to speak. He puts the last of them through the railing without much ceremony. A body, a scream, a room full of people who suddenly remember they have somewhere else to be. He holds the last one up by what's left of his composure and asks him, plainly, whether he rides for Koka Castle. The man's answer comes out somewhere between a whimper and a yes. He's told there's a message he can carry back if he'd like to keep breathing long enough to deliver it. The man agrees before he's even asked what the message is. His eye goes wide, a boot shifts on old wood, unhurried. The Black Swordsman has come, he tells him, that's all. Something sharp comes down fast, mid-motion, before anyone in the room can finish reacting to the sentence. And the small, winged creature, still shaking, still bound, finds enough voice left to scream a warning. Something's coming up behind him. One of them goes airborne, arms and legs at odd angles, and crashes down somewhere into a crowd that's forgotten how to look away. He's crouched low again before the body even lands, sword still in motion, like the violence hasn't given him a reason to pause. Somewhere behind him, one more man realizes too late that he should have run when he had the chance. The sound of him hitting the floor is heavier than a man that size should be able to make. A helmet spins off somewhere into the dark, and for a second, the whole room forgets to breathe. Whatever's strapped across his back, calling it a sword undersells it. It's closer to a slab of iron someone decided to swing anyway. Nobody's looking at the wreckage anymore. They're looking at him, trying to work out what kind of man carries something like that. Even the little winged prisoner has gone quiet, wide-eyed, not entirely convinced yet that he's safe. Massive, thick, rough enough that refined would be an insult to the word. He hefts it back over one shoulder like it weighs nothing and starts walking, already finished thinking about the men behind him. Somewhere in the wreckage, a voice asks him, quiet, like it already expects to be ignored, to see this through properly. The little winged thing he cut loose isn't ready to let him walk off either. It follows anyway, wings buzzing, insisting he's not done with him yet. He doesn't look thrilled about it, he doesn't stop it either. Perched on his shoulder now, it won't let the point go. If you're going to play hero, you don't just cut somebody loose and walk off. You see it through. He walks on regardless, the voice behind him getting louder trying to keep up. It has opinions about the sword too. Quite the blade, it says, if blade's even the word for something that size. Between complaints, it tells him its story, a troupe of traveling performers, an ambush, weeks caged like a songbird and half drowned in wine. A wonder it's alive at all. He doesn't have much to offer back. It introduces itself anyway. Puck, pleased to meet him, he gets exactly as much enthusiasm back as he probably expected. Puck's tone shifts, serious now. If he had any sense, he'd already be out of town. The town bought its peace, Puck explains, tribute, in exchange for the raid stopping. It hadn't stopped them before either, not fully, just bought the mayor a deal he was desperate enough to sign. He takes it in, without a word. After tonight, Puck says, that deal's dead, and everyone tied to it is about to find that out the hard way. It's not just the thugs he should worry about now. The town's own guards answer to that same arrangement. He flicks Puck mid-sentence, hard enough to earn a yelp and an indignant glare. Puck won't let it go. Here it is, trying to help, and all it gets back is attitude. He answers flat and low, a warning dressed up as a request. He doesn't bother dressing up the next part. And then the street is suddenly full of them, spears leveled, a garrison's worth of men waiting with the patience of people who already know they outnumber him. Above the rooftops, the mayors keep watches over all of it, indifferent as ever. He says it almost bored, like this is an inconvenience rather than a fight. That doesn't last long. Steel meets flesh, and somewhere in the middle of it, someone starts bleeding out onto the stone. By the time it's over, he's not the one left standing. He hangs instead, wrists chained overhead, finally brought down the only way this town knew how, by numbers, not skill. His torturer calls him stubborn, like it's an insult rather than the reason he isn't talking. Instruments get laid out with the kind of care that says this isn't the first time. Somewhere behind them, someone else can't stay quiet about it anymore. The torturer asks, almost disappointed, whether he's not even going to give him a sound to work with. A word cuts through before whatever comes next actually lands. The mayor's voice ends it, for now at least, not mercy, just timing. His men straighten the moment he's in the room. Someone's found what he was carrying, enough of an arsenal, apparently, to start a war of his own. Enough to make even hardened men mutter about it under their breaths. He doesn't answer when he's asked whether he's a mercenary. The mayor asks anyway, like the silence is its own kind of confession. The mayor doesn't waste time on pleasantries. He's murdered men, plainly, in the mayor's own words. Worse than that, the mayor tells him the whole town might pay for it now. He asks flat whether the guards standing around them are meant to be scarecrows, because they weren't doing much guarding tonight. A spear comes up before he can finish the thought. The mayor's voice drops instead. There's a he in this, and whatever it is, the mayor clearly believes it's worse than anything a sword can answer. No man could kill it, the mayor says, not one who's still human anyway. Behind the words, something else takes form, armored, horned, mounted on a horse built for worse than war. The mayor calls it beyond comprehension, something that was never meant to climb out of wherever it came from. He turns the accusation around instead, asks what a wanderer like the mayor claims to be would even know about that kind of horror. The mayor's answer comes quiet. It isn't the denial he expected. It's answer enough on its own, proof of exactly the kind of bargain a frightened man makes to survive. He says it back just as quiet that he knows exactly what that kind of thing is, better than the mayor might like. The mayor says it plainly anyway, a monster that eats human flesh, like saying it might finally make the scale of it land. He'd seen it himself on the way in, a wagon full of women and children penned at the gates like livestock. The mayor doesn't deny it, confirms it, even that he's the one keeping that thing fed. He asks him plainly which one he's actually protecting. The mayor clings to the word like it might still mean something, coming from him. He doesn't bother pressing the point further, his face says enough. Someone in the room isn't as composed about it as the mayor is. His temper goes instead. Torture him all they like, he says. It's not his concern anymore. Just don't kill him, he's still worth something, delivered alive to the people this was always really about. Whatever's coming next, neither of them breaks eye contact over it. Elsewhere, under a different sky, another castle waits, indifferent the way all of them seem to be. Back in the town, nothing's stopped without him watching. Word already travels faster than he does, enough to send someone scrambling for his own carriage, already rehearsing an apology he hasn't earned yet. And somewhere inside those other walls, someone finally says it out loud, to the man who actually rules them. The Black Swordsman, he repeats, testing it, like he hasn't decided yet whether to believe it. A messenger describes him plainly, dressed all in black, an iron arm where a real one should be, the kind of look that doesn't inspire trust. Too big for the man carrying it, he adds, split one of theirs clean in half with a single stroke anyway. Something in that description catches, the smile it draws isn't a kind one. Word comes that the mayor himself is already waiting at the gate, asking for an audience about it. He swallows hard before he's even said a word. The Baron doesn't look up from his meal. It's been a while, he says, like this is a social visit. The mayor begs forgiveness for the incident, the trouble, whatever word feels safest to use. He's quick to distance the town from it. Just a wandering stranger, he insists, someone who doesn't understand how things are done here, nothing to do with anyone loyal. The Baron cuts through the excuse without raising his voice, asks whether it's really the town he's worried about or just his own skin. The offer comes fast and desperate, double the tribute, double everything, whatever buys him more time. The Baron's only answer is to notice, almost gently, how troubled he looks. And then he shows him exactly what trouble actually looks like. Gold was never the point. What he wants is to watch people burn and run and fail to get away. He wants to hear it too, bones breaking under hooves, close enough to enjoy properly. The mayor has nothing left to say to that, he just goes quiet. Gold, prisoners, none of it was ever really what this was about. He doesn't need a reason for what comes next, he never did. They drag him out regardless of what he's still begging for. Even the guards doing it look uneasy, none of them stop. The Baron just watches him go, turning a name over in his mind like he's testing its weight. Somewhere else entirely, he comes back to himself slowly, his body refusing to answer when he tries to move it. Wet stone, no light worth mentioning, no memory of how he got here. Something's moving nearby, he isn't alone down here. He goes still, watching without moving. Something pale and segmented drags itself closer across the stone, smaller than the horned thing from before, blinder, worse in its own way. He recognizes it anyway, this isn't the first time it's found him. He doesn't wait to find out what it wants. He says it again, quieter, like the fight is already draining out of him. It pulls back, unbothered, the way something used to being unwanted usually is. Somewhere nearby, someone else is having a rough morning of their own. Puck's had enough of a fright already without the extra help. Whatever he just swallowed clearly didn't agree with him. He recognizes him and then notices the water and likes his surroundings even less. Nightmare, Puck guesses, looking him over. Whatever happened to him left its marks. He mentions, almost offhand, that he'd already taken care of a guard on the way in, given him something to help him sleep through it. Puck asks him plainly why he's even here. Told him, more or less, this is exactly the trouble he warned him about. There isn't an inch of him that got out clean. Puck's reason for coming back is simpler than he makes it sound, a debt, and elves, apparently, don't let those go unpaid. He doesn't want the help, says so flatly the second Puck gets close. Puck isn't taking no for an answer, not from someone who can barely lift his own head. He tries to refuse again anyway. Whatever Puck does next isn't something he was ready for. Puck insists it's nothing to fight. This, at least, isn't a threat. Light gathers around them, warm and strange, settling into every wound like it belongs there. Elves carry all kinds of gifts, Puck tells him, like it's common knowledge. And for the first time in longer than he'd admit, something in him actually loosens. Puck credits the knowledge to his old troop leader, the one who taught him this before bandits took his head off. He says it with the same casual tone as everything else. Healing, sensing feelings, making people happy when they need it. Puck rattles off the list like none of it is anything special. Puck circles back to the question he never really got answered. He doesn't push when the silence stretches too long. Somewhere else in the same walls, someone else is finding out what it means to be locked up instead. Puck tries something smaller instead, just his name. And this time, he actually gives one, Guts. Puck's attention catches on something else entirely, a mark on his neck, shaped like nothing he recognizes. Who did it, why, what it means? Puck doesn't slow down to let him answer any one of them properly. Guts gives him exactly one, it's the brand. Whatever it actually means, his face makes clear he isn't about to explain further. Something about how he says it, or maybe just how he looks saying it, is enough to make Puck flinch back. Behind bars now, he says it like a fact rather than a worry, that whoever's coming is coming for him specifically. He tells Puck as much, tired of the questions before they've even started again. Puck fires back anyway, more bravado in it than certainty. He works it out on his own, asks if it's the men from Coca Castle. Guts doesn't soften the answer, not just for him, the whole town burned down along with it. He doesn't answer right away. Puck puts it to him plainly, asks if he's really willing to drag the whole town down with him. Something in the question almost amuses him. I don't care, whatever Puck was hoping for, that isn't it. Puck goes quiet, watching him from close enough to really look. Nothing else matters to him right now, not the town, not the people in it, just finding the man responsible and ending him. He lays it out like it's simple arithmetic. Anyone who dies caught in somebody else's fight was never strong enough to survive on their own to begin with. If you can't live life on your own terms, he says, you might as well not live at all. Puck recoils like he's been struck. Something's happening to him that has nothing to do with the words themselves, like whatever's underneath them is flooding straight into his chest. He tries to name it, rage, sadness, fear, all of it running together into something too dark to pull apart. And underneath even that, something else, something older. He asks, almost clinical about it. Puck shakes his head, it's not that simple. Something rises up in him that doesn't belong to right now, laughter, with nothing happy behind it. Puck asks it carefully, testing how much weight the question can carry. Even that, even saving him, what was really underneath it. He doesn't get an answer, he gets a flick to the head instead. Guts turns the whole thing back on him, furious. Why would anyone save you? To think I'd risk my life for a little bug? He denies it outright. Whatever Puck was bracing for, it wasn't that. And then something shifts in his own face, like even he isn't fully sure he believes what he just said. Puck isn't done being confused by him. Beyond the bars, the town goes on the way it always does, oblivious. Puck darts for the window without waiting for permission. He barely gets the question out before Puck's already gone. Something's been left within reach, a ring of keys close enough to take if he wanted them. Something outside catches his attention. The town still standing, still unaware. He doesn't wait for the keys, he breaks the chains outright. A voice close now says it like a promise finally being kept. I've been waiting for you. Laughter follows, low, satisfied, dripping with something that isn't relief. Puck doesn't have another word for what he's looking at. The town's burning, streets full of people running from something they can't outrun. Riders cut through the crowd without slowing for any of them. Wave after wave of them pour through the gates, armor, spears, hooves, a wall of violence with nowhere left for the town to go. Something rides at the front of it that isn't so much wearing armor as wearing the shape of a man underneath it, laughing like this is the best part of his day. Nobody in its way gets a clean death. The order comes simple and total, burn all of it. Puck finally sees what's actually giving that order, and the words come out before he can stop them. The charge doesn't slow down for the realization. And in the middle of all of it, He's already moving, cutting a path through men who never stood a chance of stopping him. He puts the weapon on his arm to work at close range. It doesn't leave much room for missing. Puck's voice cuts through the chaos, warning him or steering him. Hard to tell which in the middle of all this. More of them come at him. More of them go down the same way. One of them gets a good look at the weapon on his arm right before it becomes the last clear thing he sees. He doesn't slow down long enough to enjoy the reaction. The blade finishes the work, wide, heavy, indiscriminate. Puck watches it happen and can't find anything else to say about it. He doesn't look like a man enjoying himself. He looks like a man finishing something. And there, finally, is the thing actually leading all of this. Armored, horned, riding something that stopped being a horse a long time ago. It knows exactly who he is, says it out loud, like a title it's been waiting for the right moment to use, the Black Swordsman, the one who's been hunting them, apostles it calls them. It doesn't understand what he thinks any of this accomplishes. A mortal opposing something like itself, it names the idea exactly what it thinks it is, a joke not worth taking seriously. He answers with the only argument that's ever mattered to him, steel fired straight at it, again and again. Puck can hardly believe what he's watching land. The thing that called itself untouchable is bristling with arrows now, and even its own men don't know what to do with that. Something that's never had to feel pain before is finding out what that's like. Its own soldiers look just as lost as it does. Puck flinches back, caught somewhere between horror and disbelief. He doesn't give any of them time to figure out what happens next. He's already closing the distance again. Guts stands framed in a broken gateway, cape stirring in the smoke-heavy air, looking out over the ruined ground before him. Across the rubble, the horned thing hasn't fallen. Arrows bristle from its hide like quills, sword still gripped, its massive frame indifferent to the wounds already dealt. A boot presses down into broken stone, small motion, deliberate. Guts says nothing. Behind him, a house burns, throwing orange light across his shoulder as he raises the heavy device bolted to his arm. Small against the firelight, Puck hovers, wings trembling, unable to look away. Guts moves past a mounted knight frozen at the gate, neither of them speaking as he walks toward what's coming. Full stride now, weapon raised, cloak dragging through ash and rubble, Guts closes the distance. Half a face watching. Guts's expression gives nothing away. He stands at the broken gate, arms loose, weapon lowered but ready, the door behind him groaning on its hinge. A monstrous clawed arm slams into the rubble, close enough that Puck jerks away with a startled cry, dust and stone exploding outward. A shadowed panel, something unseen shifting. Something drags itself low and fast, barely visible. Guts's eye catches it, whatever it is, and hardens. Two soldiers react as one, eyes wide behind their helms. A body tumbles backward through open air, armor catching the light as it falls. He calls out Guts's name mid-flight, face twisted in alarm. Someone grimaces upside down, a shard driven into them, blood at the corner of the mouth. A wall gives way behind them, dust rolling outward as Guts's name is shouted from somewhere off-panel. The creature rears back and screams, rows of jagged teeth bared, its enormous claw closing around Guts as he strains against the grip. A pair of pale eyes glow from deep shadow, a small mask-like face barely visible beneath them. The voice comes from that same darkness, promising that nothing thrown at it will matter. Framed by rows of teeth, an ancient, wrinkled visage sneers, insisting a mere human could never be the one to end it. Guts's face, streaked red, jaw tight, says nothing back. The claw looms close. The wall gives way entirely, and the thing stands revealed, no longer just a horned shape in armor, but something reptilian and vast, hood flared, scales catching what light remains, claws digging into the broken stone beneath it. The knights break, terror plain on what little of their faces can be seen. The creature's jaw splits wide as it promises, more than once, exactly what it intends to do with him. He shrieks and flails, all composure gone. Someone finally names what they're looking at, not a man, not an apostle in disguise anymore, a monster. Riders wheel and scatter as it lunges, guts low against a wall, trying to find his footing. The creature roars above the rooftops as Puck flees skyward, repeating his warning over and over, the panic in his voice climbing with each cry. Guts is thrown, body cutting through the air. He doubles over on landing, blood at his mouth. Puck screams down at him to look up, to move, demanding to know what he thinks he's doing lying there. Guts's face, pained and furious in equal measure. He forces himself up, weapon in hand, already moving again. Guts groans, gripping his sword for leverage as he rises. Wide-eyed, he calls out again. Cloak snapping in the wind, Guts meets the creature's next lunge head-on above the burning rooftops, claws swiping through the space he just occupied. Blood sprays from a fresh wound, his teeth gritted against it. Down on the ground, weapon arm raised defensively, the creature's claw reaching for him. Pinned beneath its leg, Guts hears it promise this is where it finishes, the claw curling around him. The ancient face inside its jaws leans in, amused that he's still breathing at all. His hands fly to his face. Puck's silhouette, tense, fighting some impulse of his own. The sound of something being crushed, or nearly crushed. It muses that any ordinary human would already be dead, organs pulped by the first blow alone. The ground erupts, rubble flung skyward, Guts's face twisted in agony at the center of it. The creature lifts him by the head, arm fully extended, like something to be inspected rather than fought. It calls him weak, the word landing harder than the blow that preceded it. Puck reacts from a distance, helpless. Puck cries it out, hands pressed to his chest. The creature's face fills the panel, disgusted by how fragile humans are. Its mouth hovers near his head, musing almost idly that food ought to behave like food. It presses closer, calling him nothing more than food, a morsel barely worth the effort of swallowing. The barrel of his weapon arm is already raised, jammed against the creature's open mouth. He fires directly into its throat. The blast consumes the panel, smoke, fire, the creature's head thrown back, Guts's own face, contorted with the effort and the recoil. Its clawed hand jerks back, wounded. Guts drops through open air, following the arc of the blast. Mouth open, unable to speak. Guts's face on the way down, teeth set, undeterred. Tight, controlled, bracing for landing. The creature stands wreathed in fire and smoke, its head scorched and ruined on one side. Guts lands hard in the wreckage below. Blood sprays wide as the blow connects, a scream tearing loose from the creature. Guts forces his blade upward into its throat at close range, even as its jaws close toward his head, his own scream matching its in intensity. Its stance buckles. The blade sinks further, blood spraying in sheets, the struggle far from over. Something inside it, coiled, pale, rope-like tears loose, exposed to the air. A small, sharp intake of alarm. Guts and Puck, briefly side by side amid the wreckage, Puck calling his name. Puck's face, eyes wide, the sound that comes out barely a syllable. For a moment, something almost human grins back, scarred, one eye visible, delighted by the violence. Guts drives a strike home, cloak whipping, every part of him committed to the blow. The creature staggers, a small burst of debris marking the impact. Guts kneels amid the rubble, breath ragged. Puck's eye fills the panel, unreadable. Guts murmurs at it not to die on him yet, weapon arm already rising, taking aim. A close look at the crossbow built into his arm, bolts loaded and ready. He recoils in midair, it's still alive, and the sight makes him sick. The creature's claw stretches toward him. Its face, wounded and grotesque, drool and blood mixing. Up close on its eye, it pleads now, "Stop, please stop." Guts fires again and again, echoing its earlier boast back at it, something about how rough it must be, being unkillable and all. It collapses, bristling with bolts still. Scorched, curling, a sound of pain escaping it. Guts's face, half-shadowed, unmoved, reminding it that no matter how weak something is, even torn apart, even run through, it still wants to live. He finishes the thought flatly. Humans are weak, just like it said. They die easily. Arms wrapped around his knees, Puck unable to watch anymore. Guts stands with his back to us, arm leveled downward at what's left below him, ground bristling with spent arrows. Close on his face, mouth open in a raw shout as the thing beneath him screams back, the last of it. A wide eye locks onto something on him, naming what it sees with real dread. The ruined face asks, genuinely, who he is. Close on the brand at Guts's neck, the same one that's gone unremarked on until now. Guts's profile calm, offering nothing. His face fills the panel as he asks it plainly, where the 5 members of the Godhand are hiding. A robed figure insists such knowledge isn't given to apostles like itself, that it truly doesn't know where they are. A hand grips something tight, a pained sound escaping. Guts is back to us again, amid the rubble, whatever answer he's gotten left unspoken. Guts tells it to take its time, to savor the slow burn to ash. His face hard, giving nothing away. The dying face swears over and over that it's told him the truth. Small against the chaos, Puck reacting to something he can't look away from. Fire and rubble fill the frame, the creature's death cry tearing through the wreckage. A blackened, clawed hand reaches out, begging for help. Guts stands still below Puck, sword lowered, a single beat of hesitation in the air. The hand reaches further, desperate now, it doesn't want to die, asks him to wait. Close on a gauntleted hand, holding fast. Extreme close-up, a small sound of effort or restraint. Curled up, hands pressed to his head, Puck overwhelmed by what he's watching. Guts alone amid smoke and rubble, sword raised high, cloak torn and whipping around him, the fight over, the cost of it written across the whole frame. His face fills the panel, eyes huge, shaken to stillness by what this man just became. Small and silent, Puck hangs in the air, wordless. A wide, quiet shot of the wreckage, bodies among the stones, fires guttering out, Puck drifting alone through the ruin. Guts brandishes his cannon arm alongside his blade, answering the Dark's promise that there's no way out of this with nothing but the set of his jaw. Somewhere past the edge of the light, something huge shifts. The sound of it grinding against itself carries further than it should. A face resolves out of the black, too many teeth arranged wrong, watching. Blood runs freely down Guts's face now, into his mouth, and he bares his teeth back at the thing taunting him, refusing to give it the fear it's asking for. He runs, and the ground itself seems to answer him, roots and branches curling upward into skeletal shapes, dozens of them, reaching without quite touching. It isn't the forest chasing him, it's what's underneath the forest, the same thing that's always underneath, drawn by the mark he never asked to carry, close on his masked, scarred face amid it, unreadable. Dusk settles over a mountain range, hazy with distance. A single white bird cuts low across the gap between 2 peaks. It comes to rest in the branches of a tree, feathers settling. Something small and winged has been riding on its back the whole way, a slight, bare, pointed-eared figure, who calls a cheerful thanks after the bird as it goes. A startled cry breaks from somewhere in the thorns nearby, something small and unseen, spooked. The little winged figure hangs upside down from a low branch, unbothered, muttering that maybe wolves got to whoever he was chasing. Well, nothing to be done about that now. A blade stands driven into the ground nearby, half forgotten, an insect droning lazily around the hilt. He sets off down the path again, grumbling to himself, He was so sure this was the way, and there's no other path to have lost him on. It doesn't add up. Ahead of him, half in shadow, the edge of a boot, and beyond it, the unmistakable length of a blade. His face goes slack with surprise. He shoots upward, delighted, calling out a name he clearly already knows, Guts, like he's been looking for exactly this. Guts turns, and whatever relief might have been on his face a moment ago curdles into flat irritation. Him again. The little figure hovers close to his ear, chattering some greeting, entirely unfazed by the reception. Guts snatches him out of the air by a wing, holding him up at arm's length, like something he's still deciding what to do with. Turned away now, cloak heavy with rain, Guts listens as the small voice at his shoulder points out that the old wounds have split open again, the same ones from before. Every time they cross paths, it seems, he's freshly torn up. Does he want it healed again? The offer lands casual, like it isn't the first time it's been made. Guts asks without much interest what exactly he's doing here, dismissing him as nothing more than a bug. The answer comes back unbothered. All this, the monsters, the blood, it's the kind of thing you only hear in old songs and half-believed stories. And here he is, watching the real thing happen in front of him. Guts starts to ask something else. The reply comes first, plain, almost proud of it, a name freely given, with a warning not to forget it. He calls himself Puck. Puck sits soaked and sputtering where he's landed, demanding to know what that was for. Above him on the rocks, Guts doesn't bother answering. Puck's face lights up anyway, undeterred. He figures if he sticks close, he'll get to see all kinds of things worth seeing. Guts's expression doesn't shift. He has no use for elves. He has no use for this one in particular. He's in no mood, he adds, to keep a pet. Puck bristles. Nobody said anything about being anyone's pet. Guts starts in on one more thing. Puck deflates quietly, sinking back into the water. Unprompted, Guts says it plainly. The sight of weakness turns something ugly in him, makes him want to crush it outright. Small in the water below, Puck asks why. Silence stretches a beat too long before the answer comes, flat, because they're weak. The urge to stamp it out. His contempt sharpens. They can't manage a thing on their own, all noise and no weight to them, buzzing around real people like flies do. His boot comes down hard into the mud, punctuating it. Puck says nothing, for once. He wipes a hand across his face, still rattled. Then his temper catches up with him. He shoots a curse after Guts's retreating back as the swordsman climbs the ridge without a glance behind him. Guts keeps walking, cloak snapping in the wind, and disappears over the rise like the outburst never happened. Below, the valley opens out gray and heavy under the coming storm, a single shaft of light splitting the clouds. Puck is alone again, small and quiet in the water. Later, rain-streaked and hooded now, Guts's face is set hard against the weather, traveling anonymous. Somewhere in the downpour, a hooded shape struggles forward through wind and spray, half swallowed by the storm. He trudges on through the trees alone, the sword's shape unmistakable over his shoulder, even wrapped against the rain. A wagon rolls out of the gray ahead, horses straining against the mud, and Guts closes the distance toward it. Its driver, an old man bundled against the weather, comments mildly that the rain's coming down hard. He offers Guts a ride, easy as that. Guts declines outright. He doesn't get along with priests. The old man just laughs it off. Better that than catching cold, surely. A young girl sits quiet beside him, watching without a word, while someone inside points out there's more than enough room for one more. Guts refuses again, flatter this time, leave him be. For a moment, the old man's easy humor drops away, something more serious surfacing. Guts walks on regardless, alongside the wagon now instead of ahead of it, rain soaking through everything. The old man calls after him once more. He's only saying it for Guts's own good. Guts's face gives nothing away under the hood, rain running off it in sheets. Half joking, the old man claims he's got a legion of evil spirits on his tail these days. Something small and pale flits past overhead, chittering faintly. The old man startles at it more than the joke should warrant. He waves it off with a laugh. He's got God on his side, he says, and a lucky spirit besides. The girl's face stays quiet, her attention less on the old man than on Guts. Guts repeats the word back low, almost to himself, spirit, something in it catching harder than it should. The wagon rattles on through the rain, indifferent to all of it. Guts walks on alone through the trees, rain unrelenting. His face under the hood looks tired, in a way that has nothing to do with the weather. Ahead, the old man keeps waving him toward the wagon, insistent. Something in Guts argues with itself. What does he care if something happens to them anyway? And then, just as quickly, then again, why not? Something small jabs him from behind, and he grunts at the sting of it. A close, textured shot, rain beaded on wet fur and cloth, finding every seam it can. The wagon rolls on into the distance, small now against the mountains rising ahead. Guts, aboard after all, snaps that Puck has no right to complain this time. Puck comes sliding across the wagon bed among the rattling barrels, insisting loudly that he was here first. He sits up indignant, demanding to know what that's supposed to mean. Guts gives him nothing but a flat, sidelong look. Inside the wagon, the girl leans toward Guts, hesitant, working up to something. Outside, the rain hammers down, canvas snapping hard in the wind. Her face stays calm, open, unafraid of him in a way most people manage. Guts drinks from the skin she's offered without much ceremony. She explains it's homemade wine, offers it plainly. It should warm him up some if he wants it. Puck perks up instantly at the mention, clamoring that he wants some too. In the wagon, Guts sits with the girl nearby, the old man close at hand under the canvas roof. Her eyes have already found the scarring across his back, bandaged in places, still raw beneath. She can't help asking, quiet and unsettled, what could have happened to leave him like that. Her father cuts in before Guts can answer, gentle but pointed. No need to frighten his daughter more than necessary. She isn't willing to just let it go, though surely what he said before couldn't have been true. Guts doesn't dress it up for her. Evil spirits, that's what's after him, same as he told the old man on the road. He leans back against the wagon's frame, sword resting across his knees like it weighs nothing. She studies the blade itself now, half to herself. Is that really some kind of sword? The old man studies him with open appraisal. By the look of things, a mercenary, isn't he? Guts runs a whetstone along the blade's edge, unbothered by the question. Nah, he says, uses it for his cooking. Puck, delighted by the absurdity of that, pipes up that a blade that could cut a horse clean in half. Guts ought to open a roadside grill, make an honest living instead of bumming around. The old man, driving on through the rain, offers up his own worn philosophy: live by the sword, die by the sword. He's never had much respect for killing men as a trade. Guts allows flat that it's something like that. Under his breath, he mutters that this is exactly why he doesn't get along with priests. The old man, mild as ever, only asks him not to say that. Rain sheets down over the wagon rolling on ahead, small against the storm. The old man's thoughts drift somewhere private. If his nephew were alive today, he'd probably have a family of his own by now. He could have had the simple pleasures of life instead. How foolish of him, throwing it away. His voice steadies, turns matter of fact. His nephew chose the sword too, left home the first chance he got. 5 years back, he died on some battlefield, one more nameless soldier among the rest. Puck goes quiet at that, catching something in the old man's tone. The girl's face doesn't change, listening. Guts says nothing either, letting the wagon's rattle fill the silence where a response might have gone. Puck stays quiet, turning it over. Guts's grip tightens slightly on the arm brace, listening as the old man's question drifts back to him. He died doing what he wanted, no matter what. Right. Nothing comes after that, Guts answers. Nothing at all. Once you're dead, that's the whole of it. There's nothing left to argue with. Puck stares at him, caught somewhere between startled and unsettled by how easily that came out. Guts falls silent again, done with the conversation. He shifts, settling down, figures he'll try to get some sleep now. The girl watches him get comfortable, a flicker of concern crossing her face. He could catch a cold like that. She moves to offer something over, pressed toward him. He barely stirs, already halfway under. She stays close, keeping half an eye on him as he drifts off. Puck can't help grinning at the sight, delighted with himself for some reason. The girl catches him at it, hugging her knees, smiling despite herself. What, she asks, laughing, why's he looking at her like that? Her smile settles into something quieter, more thoughtful. Rain drums steadily outward, drop after drop, and the scene dissolves into it, the storm carrying the moment forward while Guts sleeps on, undisturbed. For now. Somewhere past waking, a narrow stone passage stretches up into darkness, and at the top of it, something vast opens, a single eye, veined and wet, filling the gap between the walls. Small and alone at the bottom of that passage, a figure runs toward it, or away from it, it's hard to tell which. Guts's face twists, sweat running, teeth bared against something none of the others can see. A shadow looms enormous over his sprawled, unclothed body, a clawed shape bending down toward him where he lies against cold stone. He goes still, silent, as whatever it is closes the distance. Deep gouges tear open in the stone wall beside him, raw and dripping. He's left slumped against it after spent. A ragged sound tears out of him. His body, stripped and marked, braces against the wall. A scarred hand curls tight. The corridor stretches on ahead of him, endless stone. He drags himself up the wall, straining against water pooling at his feet. A voice booms out around him from everywhere at once. He cannot run from them. His face twists at the sound of it, some old recognition surfacing. Spikes erupt out of the ground around him without warning, and he barely twists clear. One catches him regardless, driving through flesh. He cries out, doubling over the wound. More come, faster than he can track, each one finding him before he can get clear. He grits through it, refusing to go down. The water around him ripples, dark and undisturbed by anything but this. Something at the far end of the passage watches him struggle. His face contorts, a scream tearing loose that has nothing performative left in it. He reaches for something to hold onto and finds only more stone. A massive shape presses in from the dark at his shoulder, unhurried. The same words ring out again, closer now, he cannot run. Above him, a face resolves out of the folds of pale, twisted flesh, one vast eye, a mouth stretched into a silent howl. He braces low against the spiked ground beneath him, cornered. The scream that finally breaks out of him is raw enough, it barely sounds human anymore. Something shifts. Instead of retreating, Guts drives forward, wrapping both arms around a writhing, tentacled mass, forcing it back by sheer will. His face twists with the effort, teeth locked. He lands a blow that connects solid, ringing a sound out of the thing that isn't quite a scream and isn't quite anything else. It recoils, flailing, its single eye rolling wild in its socket. For the first time, it's the one losing ground. Something tears through canvas overhead, violent and sudden. A thick, segmented shape slithers past in the dark. Puck jolts awake beside it, confused, blinking against whatever just happened. A wet, fleshy opening peels back somewhere close, an eye rolling into view within it, reaching. The girl's scream tears through the wagon, clutching her blanket as something moves in the dark beside her. She shrieks again, backing away from a barrel where something is unmistakably alive and writhing. Her father demands to know what's happening, and she can only throw the question right back at him. What is that thing? Above them all, the creature's true shape reveals itself: fully folded pale flesh, a single vast eye. Guts, on his feet now and armed, names it flat, an incubus. They're evil spirits, he explains, the kind that feed on nightmares, that thrive on fear itself. The girl can hardly believe it. Is that what he meant back on the road? Was all of that actually true? The old man, incredulous in his own way, points out the contradiction, believing in God, but not in evil spirits. Puck cuts through the noise with the real question: why did it come after him specifically? Guts doesn't answer that yet. He's too busy cursing under his breath that the damned things won't even let him sleep. A scar catches the light, an old, deliberate mark burned into his flesh, shaped like something between a rune and a wound. This, he says, is what summons them. He holds his marked wrist up for them to see, blood already welling fresh along the lines of it. He wipes at it, jaw tight, saying nothing more for a moment. Puck stares at the mark, understanding, landing slow and heavy. The brand does that. Something moves in the trees, and Guts is on his feet before the others can react, weapon ready. He orders them to stay inside, no argument in it. Puck startles at whatever's coming, the girl close behind him, watching. Guts explains it low and grim. Incubi are born out of the mingled blood and last fluids of people who died, consumed by hatred and malice. Which means somewhere close by there are bodies. Bandits, most likely, or something like them, people who died violently and recently. The rest follows just as grim. The demons don't just haunt those corpses. They possess them, use them. The horses catch some scent or sound the others can't, rearing hard against their harnesses. The girl and Puck go still, dread setting in together. The horses bolt outright, the wagon lurching wildly out of control. The girl's scream cuts through the chaos as everything comes apart at once. She clutches at the wagon's canvas, shaken. She tries to argue, to say something, but she's already climbing out of the wagon despite it, ignoring every instinct telling her not to. Her father shouts after her, "Stupid girl, get back in the carriage." The blow that follows doesn't miss. Whatever comes down out of the dark finds her before anyone can reach her. Guts's eye goes sharp, too late to matter. The old man's face breaks, past fear now into something worse. Puck can only watch, stricken. The forest around them is suddenly full of them, skeletal shapes rising between the trees, weapons still gripped in bone hands, closing in from every side. Hollow sockets flare with a dull, borrowed light. More of them shudder up out of the ground itself, wet and smoking, drawn together out of nothing. The old man's voice breaks over all of it, raw with fear, calling out one name into the chaos. Colette. More of them press forward out of the dark, armed, armored in rot, closing the distance without hurry. Puck bolts for the old man's face, yelping, done pretending he isn't scared. Wreckage litters the ground below a shattered wagon wheel. Guts drops into the middle of it, remarking grimly that this must have been some old battlefield once. More of them close in from every side. His face goes hard, taking in the scene, the horde, and something fallen and still nearby that used to be a person. Somewhere apart from all of it, someone sleeps on, undisturbed. His face close, unreadable, silence for a beat before the next strike. He drives back an attacker mid-swing, cloak whipping with the motion. Bone shatters apart under the force of it, shrieking as it goes. A skull cracks and falls away from what's left of its body. Around them, panicked voices agree they'd better get out while they still can. It's no use. You can't kill something that's already dead. Guts tells Puck flatly to go alone if he wants to go. Puck demands to know why. There's too many of them. He's going to get killed. This is pointless. Comes with the territory, Guts says. Nothing more to it than that. A beat of stunned quiet. Puck's eyes go wide, disbelieving. The horde bears down fast, and Puck clings tight to Guts' shoulder, too afraid now to do anything but hang on. Guts brings his weapon down, decisive, cutting the moment short. The blade completes its arc in one brutal sweep, and the ranks nearest him come apart, bone and fragment scattering in every direction, a skull spinning loose from what held it together. The sword keeps moving, cutting a line straight through what's left standing. Ribs, arms, more skulls, all of it flying apart at once, none of it slowing him down. Puck flinches hard at the sight of it, eyes wide, unable to look away. Guts' back, braced, gripping the hilt with both hands as the blade finishes its work. His face sets hard, teeth gritted, breath ragged. He roars into the charge, cleaving straight through the mass of them, kicking a skull clear out of his path without breaking stride. Bone fragments scatter through the air as more of them press in, weapons crossing. His boot comes down hard, and he's already airborne again, blade leading, cutting through the ranks below. He leaps into the thick of them, weapon raised, more closing in from behind. The strike lands clean, driving straight through. Something bursts apart in a cloud of dark smoke where it connects. What's left of it twitches once, a ribcage and an arm still moving on instinct alone. He screams into it, wordless, the whole horde arrayed against him in the dark. Puck's face freezes in a silent, helpless cry. The clash tears through the line, Guts cutting a path clean through several of them at once. Puck grips the tent flap hard, breath caught, wow. A thought settles cold and flat. It doesn't matter to these things whether what they're fighting is living or dead. Puck recoils, flinching back. He darts for the wagon, calling out, "What happened, old man?" Something jolts him midair, a startled cry. The girl's face, close, her breath catching. The old man's voice cries out for him across the chaos, Guts. Real panic breaking through it now, a huge helmed shape closing on him fast. Guts snaps back without looking sharp. Shut up, can't he see he's a little bus? His eye stays locked on his own fight, gritted, unblinking. He doesn't see what's happening behind him. Somewhere apart from the noise, something falls, drop by drop, into a dark pool. The old man's face, past fear now, past anything. Something stands in the tent opening wearing her shape soaked dark, a blade in one hand, something else held loose in the other. It moves wrong. Whatever's driving it now isn't her and hasn't been for a while. The face beneath the fallen hair stays perfectly still, wrong in a way stillness shouldn't be. Guts' face goes still with shock, shapes gathering behind him in the rain. Puck jolts upward, wordless. Something drops and rolls to a stop nearby, small and final. Among the ranks of them now, a pale, blank-eyed profile watches hers, and not hers anymore. Guts stands fully armed, a low sound rolling out of him, bracing himself for what comes next. He goes back into it, cutting down what's in front of him, unable to let himself think too hard about what that means now. What's left of her stands apart from the rest of it, unnervingly composed, one hand pressed flat against her chest. Guts' eye, close, something in it holding very still, forcing itself to. He starts toward her anyway. Puck, uncertain, says his name like a question. A hand tightens around the sword's grip, no words for what has to happen next. Puck's voice breaks for real this time. Both hands find the same blade at once, neither letting go, him ending it, her body still holding on out of whatever's left driving it. Guts' face, close, giving nothing away, it costs him anyway. The edge of it catches the light, marked dark along its length. Her eye in profile, empty now. Puck covers his face with both hands, unable to watch it finish. Guts drives the blade home midair, decisive, something spinning away from the impact. A pause, nothing but rain falling into the dark, drop after drop. Close on his shoulder, marked and shadowed still. Rows of them scream in unison, weapons raised together. Puck winces at the sound of it, floating in place, saying nothing. One of them rears back to strike, roaring. Guts's marked arm goes up, blood already tracing down it. A small, confused sound. His face stays strangely calm through all of it. One of them comes apart entirely under the swing, Guts already mid-strike again. Puck shouts a warning. Guts grits through the strain of it, a raw sound tearing loose. He cries out again, pain this time, more of them closing in from behind. Something connects hard, the impact final. His face goes slack for a moment, dazed, blood at the corner of his mouth. Somewhere past him, Puck's voice cuts through the noise, calling his name into the smoke and wreckage. A blow lands hard, the impact tearing a sound out of him. He grits through it, breath ragged, refusing to go down. The strike that follows is decisive. Something armored comes apart under it entirely. Something's found its mark, an arrow buried deep, dark shapes still closing around him in the gloom. Puck's face freezes, wide-eyed watching. A hand closes into a fist, white-knuckled, gripping something too tight. A raw scream finally tears loose from him, filling the frame. Still they come, rank after rank of them, spears raised, undiminished no matter how many fall. He answers it anyway, airborne mid-strike, a skull spinning loose as the blade finds its mark once more. A shaft of light finally breaks through the storm clouds overhead, the first sign the rain might not last forever. Puck sits alone in the branches, shaking, tears he can't quite stop. He looks down through the trees at the clearing below, bones scattered everywhere, and Guts standing alone in the middle of it. Guts stands spent, leaning his weight into the sword planted in the ground, the field around him littered with what's left of the fight. His face close now soaked, exhausted past the point of caring, breath still ragged. Something pale watches from the mist, unmoving. A shape prowls low near more of the remains, half seen. The rain keeps falling through the trees, steady, indifferent to any of it. Puck drifts up and away from him, wordless. Perched near his shoulder a moment ago, still close enough to hear him say it, guesses that's all over now. Puck's face gives nothing away, watching him say it. A hand reaches down toward something fallen on the ground. Puck alone now, small against everything around him. Silence. Puck tells him plainly it wasn't his fault. Something in Guts breaks loose at that, laughter, sudden and real, nothing bitter in it for once. He startles at the sound, surprised into a laugh of his own. Yeah, Puck agrees, still laughing. That's true, he's absolutely right. Puck listens, quiet. Guts lays it out flat, no give in it. Anyone who dies because they got dragged into someone else's fight was always going to be small fry. If they couldn't live free, they're better off dead anyway. That's all there is to it, he says, walking on through the field. Those two didn't have what it took to protect themselves from something like him, a walking disaster, and nothing more complicated than that. If he spent his life worrying about every ant he might crush underfoot, he adds, he'd never be able to walk at all. Puck floats alone, exposed, nothing around him but rain and dark. Something shifts nearby, a small alarm. Guts turns at the sound of it, sharp. What is that? Voices answer out of the trees themselves, layered and mocking. They're always watching. Wherever he goes, they'll find him. There's no use running, he cannot escape them. More of it follows, closer now, hungrier, his blood, his flesh, his bones, his heart most of all, his ears, his eyes. He belongs to them. He is theirs. They are always watching. His face twists, fury building past words, shut up. The voice keeps going regardless. Wherever he is, he belongs to them. He cannot run. So long as he carries that brand, it says, so long as that mark is on him. A fist drives down hard enough to crack something. He screams it this time, no restraint left in it at all. The voice only presses further. Everything about him belongs to them now. Puck's face freezes, stricken. Even his fear, the voice says, that belongs to them too. He drives the blade skyward in one furious strike, smoke and wreckage bursting outward from the force of it, answering the only way he knows how. Puck, small in the corner of it all, can only watch. Rain keeps moving through the trees, wind dragging hard at the branches. Guts turns, cloak snapping violently with the motion. Puck catches up to him at last, calling his name, quiet this time, almost testing. He says nothing back, just keeps walking. The field stretches out below, skulls, ribs, scattered remains fading into the mist between the trees, Puck a small distant shape drifting above it all. He hangs there a moment, taking in the scope of it in silence. This, he thinks, all of this, is the world Guts lives in. His face settles into something quieter than fear, not quite understanding yet, but close to it. Puck's profile, resolved, moving forward on his own now. Ahead through the trees, a small dark shape walks on without waiting. Guts, already leaving the clearing behind. The land opens out wide and quiet around them both, the worst of the storm finally spent. Grey stone walls rise behind a hastily built execution platform. A crowd gathers below, hooded and huddled against the cold, drawn by something they've clearly seen before. Overhead, the wind carries a low, mournful groan through the battlements, less like weather than a warning. A pale, shaven-headed inquisitor reads from a scroll before the assembled crowd, his voice carrying the flat formality of routine, a pact with the devil, heresy in its foulest form. The word he ends on is one that's clearly been spoken here before. Below him, a young woman's voice breaks through, a denial, desperate and useless. It changes nothing. The sentence is already decided, immediate execution, as it always is. Close on the condemned woman's face, tears cutting through grime, mouth open on a plea that no one here is inclined to hear. Tighter still, one wide, terrified eye, still insisting on her innocence even now, even though it will not matter. Above her, the executioner's axe lifts into position. There is no ceremony left in it, just procedure. Two hooded men force her down, her hair spilling loose across the wood. The chapter's title sits over the image like a caption on something already decided. The onlookers raise crude crosses skyward, faces caught somewhere between prayer and dread, a reflex against something they don't have words for. A child cries out, held close by an older woman nearby. Behind them, the platform is already being dismantled, hooded figures moving with the unbothered efficiency of men who have done this many times. The pale inquisitor kneels before his superior, informing him with quiet formality that the execution is complete. The reply that comes back is brief, approving, and addresses him directly by name for the first time, Dal. The crosses rise higher still. Fear moves through the crowd like whether an old man's clenched jaw, a mother pulling her child tighter against her side. Somewhere above the crowd, a hand closes slowly around an ornamented rod, knuckles whitening, irritation, or anticipation. Hard to say which yet. A voice questions mildly whether this is becoming excessive. 5 executions this month already. The answer that comes back is untroubled. Anyone who looks like a spy or a drifter will be arrested as a heretic, no exceptions, and there's a faint note of amusement at the thought of how long it might be before higher authority finally intervenes. Seated on a heavy, ornamented throne, a bloated, self-satisfied lord declares, with the easy conviction of a man who has never once doubted himself, that guarding this kingdom from heresy is his sacred duty, undertaken entirely for the good of his subjects. Beside him, an elderly attendant murmurs agreement, swallowing hard, sweat beating at his temple. Deference here looks a great deal like fear. The Lord continues, unbothered. His subjects' peaceful existence is his greatest desire, his greatest pleasure, he says, and he will not, he adds, let anyone interfere with that. Among the dispersing crowd, something breaks the routine. Soldiers stiffen, recoil, a current of alarm passing through them that wasn't there a moment ago. A hand closes around something pale and still, hair fanned out across wet stone, the young woman's severed head, fallen loose from the scaffold and left behind in the aftermath. Closer now, one eye still open, a last tear caught mid-track down her cheek. Nothing more needs to be said about it. A second, wordless panel, just the shape of grief, rendered without a single word attached to it. Guts straightens from where he's crouched, the head held loosely in one hand, his massive sword slung across his back, and turns to face the gathering soldiers without a flicker of hesitation. A young girl's voice cuts through the noise, a name, a plea as spearmen close in and reach for her. Elsewhere, a soldier lies sprawled and bleeding, struck down before we see the blow that did it. Another guard snarls at the crowd at large. Sympathy for a heretic will not go unpunished, not even a child will be spared the dungeon for it. A hooded woman gathers frightened children close against her, putting her body between them and the soldier's attention. Close on Guts, expression hardening, something in him has already decided what happens next. He advances through the crowd, cloak dragging over the stones, and a spear-bearing guard plants himself directly in his path. Guts's profile, impassive. Beside it, the guard's expression shifts from irritation into something crueler, almost pleased with himself. Nearby guards' faces twist with outrage, voices rising toward a threat none of them have quite finished forming yet. The guard grips at Guts, demanding, with the easy entitlement of a man used to being obeyed, that he hand over what he's carrying, the head still gripped in Guts's other hand. His face tightens further, something building behind a stillness that doesn't look like patience anymore. The confrontation snaps into violence. A blow lands, blood sprays, and the crowd recoils in horror as Guts keeps his grip on what he's carrying through all of it. From beneath the shelter of his covered seat above the crowd, the Lord's hand shoots out and catches something flung through the air without warning, the girl's severed head. Elsewhere in the chaos, a guard reels backward, blood and spit flying, the aftermath of the violence breaking out below. The Lord's grip closes around what he's caught, and his broad, complacent face goes suddenly, terribly still. Something about what he's holding has stopped him cold. Dahl calls out to his lord, sensing the shift in the air before he understands what's caused it. A guard raises a spiked gauntlet, spitting a single word of accusation. Guts answers with nothing but contempt, low and flat, before the guard can finish moving. Guts's fist, iron-hard, unnatural, drives into the guard's face with a sound like breaking stone. Blood and teeth scatter. A scream starts and dies almost in the same breath. Guts's expression doesn't shift. Somewhere at his side, a mechanical click sounds, not quite the sound a human hand should make. He walks on, past screaming peasants and half-timbered houses, fist still raised, entirely indifferent to what he's just done. Old women, huddled townsfolk, they watch Guts pass in silence, untouched by the wreckage around him, none of them daring to move. He keeps walking, cloak stirring in the wind, while the chaos he's leaving behind continues to churn without him. Above the crowd, the Lord's grip tightens convulsively around what he's holding, his eyes going wide with something between confusion and dawning horror. He demands to know what this mark is, staring at a symbol now visible on the severed head's brow. Recognition and dread arrive in the same instant. From within his covered seat, the Lord's hand flies upward, fingers spread, an alarm with no words attached yet. Stripped of composure now, he demands to know who Guts is, the question of a man who's just recognized something he wishes he hadn't. Guts's face gives nothing back. Whatever's happening reads less like defiance than certainty. Blood wells from the mark at his own throat and runs down in a single, careful line, not an accident, a choice. Guts draws that line of his own blood slowly across his throat, the gesture unmistakable in its meaning, even without a word said. His face gives nothing more. He's already done with this exchange. He moves off through the town, the crowd and the Lord's tent shrinking behind him, entirely unconcerned with the uproar he's leaving in his wake. Blank shock gives way to something sharper, something that isn't fear or isn't only fear. Dahl, aghast, wonders aloud what kind of man they've just let walk away. Soldiers scramble into motion at the tent, spears raised, as a robed figure gestures furiously for them to give chase. Down in the crowd, mostly unnoticed, a small, bandaged, cloaked figure slips quietly away in the opposite direction, carrying something bundled close to his chest. The Lord, hand pressed to his temple, murmurs that he finds this oddly amusing rather than alarming. Dahl gives voice to what his lord already suspects, a name, or rather an epithet, that seems to be known even here, the Black Swordsman. The Lord's expression settles into something like anticipation as he wonders aloud whether what he's just witnessed was exactly what it looked like, a declaration of war. Dahl looks on, uneasy, as something shifts in his lord's demeanor. A face convulses into something between ecstasy and horror, wild-haired, wide-eyed, mouth stretched too far. The same face, closer, tears or blood tracking down. Whatever this is, it isn't relief. The Lord, seated once more on his throne, breaks into open, booming laughter, delight, not fear. Whatever Guts's declaration was meant to do, it hasn't landed the way anyone might have expected. Somewhere unseen, a low chuckle answers his something else, watching, amused in turn. Armed men fan out through the narrow streets, weapons drawn, moving fast past the half-timbered houses. Whatever's happened, word has already spread. Elsewhere, unnoticed by any of it, a bandaged face turns away, the same small, cloaked figure glimpsed earlier in the crowd, silent, watching maybe, or simply leaving. He moves off alone, leaning on a cane, back toward the emptying square where the execution took place, untouched by the chaos breaking out elsewhere in the town. Through a stone archway, a shape runs full tilt, footsteps echoing hard off the walls, pursued close behind by something larger, faster than it has any right to be. Guts's face, dark and unreadable, caught mid-thought. Whatever comes next, he's already decided how he feels about it. Above the narrow alley, a small winged silhouette darts between the walls, Puck, scouting ahead, quick and low. Guts's back stiffens near a stretch of ruined wall. Something's caught his attention, and it isn't good. He ducks and moves fast through a stone gate, senses sharp, cutting a corner tight enough to lose whoever's behind him or to find whoever's ahead. He rounds the corner and stops short, armored legs planted on either side of him, closing the gap before he can react. His face tightens, one word escapes him, low and sharp. This has gone from a chase to something else entirely. A row of armored guards level their weapons in unison, blades and spear points crossing with a metallic snap, a wall of steel closing in. More helmets, more blank visors packed shoulder to shoulder. None of them move yet, they don't need to. Someone among them recites the charge in the flat, procedural language of decree, conspiracy with heretics, and with it, a formal arrest, spoken like something that's already decided. Guts says nothing. Whatever's going on behind that stillness, it isn't submission. A voice from within one of the helmets makes the terms plain: resist, and it will cost him his life. More guards shift into position around him, boots striking stone in unison, the sound almost ceremonial in its precision. One more boot falls into place. The circle is nearly closed now. Two guards move in on either side of him, weapons drawn, escorting him forward, or trying to. He watches them come, expression giving away nothing. Whatever's about to happen, he's already past the point of being talked out of it. Guts breaks free in an instant, sword already swinging, catching a guard across the helmet with enough force to send black spatter bursting into the air. The armor doesn't hold. His eyes hard and focused, a fist tightening, and behind him, one more soldier's face catching up to what's just happened, a half-second too late to matter. Another guard reels back, struck, debris and worse flying from the impact. His companion beside him is already stumbling into his own fall. Behind them, more soldiers flinch back from what they're watching, weapons still raised, but suddenly less certain of themselves. Guts moves through them like he's cutting through wheat, cloak whipping with the speed of the swing, more men going down around him. Close on Guts, the motion around him rendered as pure violent blur, his expression unchanged through all of it. A single, unbroken beat. Rain falling, Guts standing over a fallen soldier with his sword still raised high behind him, cloak snapping in the wind. The sound of the blade finishing its arc still hangs in the air. Seen close from behind Guts's shoulder, the blade barely qualifies as a sword at all, too big, too heavy, too crudely shaped, more like a slab of raw iron beaten into a rough edge than any weapon a soldier would recognize. And yet it cuts. Soldiers stagger back, demanding to know what kind of weapon does this to plate armor. The order comes anyway, shouted over their hesitation. Don't just stand there, charge. Unmoved, unhurried. A guard flies backward through the air, sent sprawling by a kick, delivered almost as an afterthought. The fight spreads into full chaos, blades flashing, bodies scattering, Guts near the center of it, moving through the crowd like something that doesn't tire. One more guard readies himself, sword up, for all the good it will do him. Several more go down around him, the fight tipping further out of anyone's control but Guts's. One soldier recoils in open terror, shield raised in a desperate, useless block, sparks scattering off the metal. Guts leaps against the silhouette of a church spire, sword raised for another strike, the rest of the guards scattering below him like something that knows it's already lost. One soldier's expression twists with fury and fear in equal measure. Another stumbles, weapon knocked loose from his grip. A gauntleted hand goes flying free of its owner, dark spray marking where it used to be attached. Pulled back to a wide, elevated view, the fortress courtyard scattered with fallen soldiers, more still going down, Guts a small dark shape still moving steadily through the middle of it all. Another guard's helmet is struck clean through, the blow punching past the metal like it isn't there. Around him, the surviving soldiers start voicing what they're all thinking, that this isn't a man they're fighting, that no blade should be able to cut armor the way his does. More screaming, more chaos, and now movement above the fray, figures taking position on a raised wooden platform overhead. Two archers steady themselves on the scaffold, weapons raised, sighting down at the fight below. One of their faces is set hard with grim purpose. Someone on the platform below spots the threat first and cries out, a warning aimed upward toward Guts about danger from above. A shape on a rope or chain arcs down through the gap between the towers, small, fast, deliberate. He's already moving to meet whoever's coming for him from that higher vantage, sword raised. A burst of light erupts across the platform, cross-shaped and blinding. One of the crossbowmen recoils, hands clawing at his own eyes, screaming that he can't see. The other soldiers up there scramble, disoriented, weapons wavering. Whatever just happened to them, it's worked exactly as intended. Guts's blade connects with the scaffold supports, and the whole structure gives way at once, timber shattering, a scream tearing loose as it comes apart. The crossbowmen go down with it, the wooden platform collapsing beneath them, their fall ending somewhere below, out of frame. He turns, sweat on his face, and finds something he apparently wasn't expecting, someone still there. Puck hovers nearby amid the wreckage, entirely unbothered, insisting rather loudly that he's the reason Guts is still alive. Puck strikes a triumphant pose, hands on hips, thoroughly pleased with himself and fully expecting to be thanked for it. Guts's response isn't verbal. Puck goes tumbling backward through the air with a yelp, on the receiving end of exactly the gratitude he should have expected. Puck, still smarting, protests that Guts is taking this too far. Guts's only answer is that they're square now, whatever debt Puck thought he'd earned, settled. Ahead, more guards fall in behind a single towering, heavily armored figure, and this time, the soldiers around him address him with something closer to dread than routine. A name reaches Guts before the man himself does, Lord Zondark. Someone nearby calls him Captain. Puck yelps, thrown off balance near the newcomer's boot as the confrontation closes in. Sweat beading, expression sharpening. Whatever came before this, was only the warm-up. A hulking, fully armored figure squares up against Guts, a massive spiked weapon resting easy on his shoulder. He sizes Guts up with something between amusement and contempt. "Quite a sword for such a small man to be carrying," he says, in the tone of someone who's about to prove a point. Silent, unimpressed, Puck stares up at the newcomer's sheer size, audibly rattled. This one's on another scale, entirely from anything they've fought so far. More fallen soldiers scattered across the stones, Zondark's men, not Guts's doing this time, casualties of just being near him. Zondark invites Guts to find out how that sword holds up against real weight, his war hammer raised and ready to test the claim. The spiked head of the weapon fills the frame, poised. Sweat beading, whatever he thinks of the challenge, he's taking it seriously. Steel meets iron, Guts's blade catching the hammer head-on, the impact throwing dust and grit into the air, his stance holding firm against the weight behind it. The remaining guards keep their distance, not eager to get any closer to whatever this has become. Puck goes tumbling through the air with a startled yelp, caught in the shockwave of the collision. Zondark's boot plants hard into cracked stone, the force of the exchange visible in the debris scattering around him. Splinters fly loose from the weapon's head mid-swing, something in it giving way under the strain, though Zondark doesn't seem to notice yet. He tracks the weapon's motion carefully, reading what's about to happen before it does. Zondark keeps swinging, careless of what's around him, and one of his own men catches a piece of the wreckage across the face for it, crying out. Guts leaps in, blade cutting a hard line through the air toward his opponent. His face gives nothing away. Zondark grins through the exchange, low and pleased with himself. There's nowhere left to run, he says, backing Guts toward a wall of broken stone. Guts hemmed in now between rubble and the weapon, bearing down on him. Zondark hefts the weapon overhead, dismissing whatever's beneath him, a fallen man, maybe his own strategy, as nothing worth his attention. More of his men close in behind him, in case Guts finds a way out of this. Something sharp and focused behind Guts's stillness. Puck's expression has lost all its earlier bravado. This looks bad from where he's watching. Zondark needles him. Size isn't everything, he says. If you can't actually handle what you're carrying, it doesn't matter how big it is. The irony of the statement hasn't caught up with him yet. Guts's blade catches something, close on his eye, sharp with sudden intent. Guts's sword connects, and the warhammer doesn't hold, the shaft bending, the head shattering apart into a spray of metal shrapnel, all of it launching straight back at the man who was swinging it. Page 38. His own weapon turns against him, fragments embedded across his face, his scream tearing loose as he reels backward. Soldiers freeze at the sight, and Guts's expression hardens into something grim rather than triumphant. Straining, sweat-streaked, more debris still flying past him. Guts moves in again while Zondark's still reeling, his men crying out in alarm for their captain. Whatever Zondark manages to say through the pain, Guts's only answer is a flat, sardonic agreement. He's not interested in arguing the point. Zondark, badly hurt now, struggling to hold himself upright. A scream tears loose as the fight reaches its end. His men cry out his name in alarm as he goes down, blood marking where the shrapnel found him. Guts delivers one last blow, snapping Zondark's head back. Whatever fight was left in him, it's gone now. A locked door, dark beyond the bars. Nothing else in the frame explains it yet. A hooded shape observes the fighting below from some higher vantage, unreadable. The remaining soldiers close in on Guts, spitting insults, refusing to let this end quietly. Guts's back is to us, watching yet more soldiers arrive. Puck hovers close, uneasy. He says Guts's name carefully, like he's checking whether the answer's going to be bad. Guts mutters low that there's no end to them, the closest thing to frustration he's shown all day. A curse follows. A small object catches fire and starts smoking nearby, the beginning of something. More armed men advance, undeterred by what's just happened to their captain. A thick cloud bursts through the alley without warning, and the soldiers scatter in confusion, striking blindly at nothing. A hooded figure gestures urgently from a hidden opening, urging Guts toward it fast. Guts and Puck both react to the smoke, choking, momentarily as blind as the men hunting them. They cough and stumble through the cloud, unable to find their footing or their target. Guts turns toward the hooded figure, someone he doesn't know, offering help he didn't ask for. Guts and Puck move fast, Puck complaining about being left behind, a soldier's furious face somewhere close behind them. The hooded man hisses at them to hurry, no patience left for hesitation. Guts and Puck go quiet, pressed into hiding, Puck's attempt at a joke falling flat in the silence. A soldier nearby insists their quarry hasn't gotten far, that he's still somewhere close. Guts tenses, unseen. More soldiers fan out through the smoke, ordered not to let him slip away. Somewhere close, a voice, Zondark's, through gritted teeth and worse, demands again and again that Guts be killed. Guts moves carefully now, the chaos behind him. A wide, quiet view of rooftops and spires under a crescent moon, the noise of the fight already feels far away. Something locked, glimpsed in passing. Guts and someone else, glimpsed through a shuttered opening. Guts's expression doesn't warm to whatever he's just found. Puck mutters that this isn't exactly a hospitable reception. Guts looks up and around, wary Puck drifting above him, both still on edge. The hooded man announces they've reached wherever he's been leading Guts. Guts says nothing, taking it in. The man explains, almost matter of fact, that in this town anyone can be named a heretic by anyone else, which means people have learned to fear each other, not just strangers, neighbors, friends, even family. A cluttered study opens up around them, shelves crowded with books, skulls, specimens in jars, strange instruments gathered like a life's work nobody was meant to see. The man moves through it with the ease of someone who built this place himself, keys in hand. Something else waiting to be opened. On a high shelf, the bones of something that was never quite an animal and never quite anything else either, arranged with the care of a collector. More jars line the shelves below, each holding something small and pale, curled in on itself. Whatever these once were, they aren't now. Guts's face gives away nothing. Puck, hovering just behind him, is not managing the same composure. He demands to know what kind of place this even is, a butcher's storeroom, some Eastern herbalist's collection gone very wrong. Something in one of the jars in particular seems to have rattled him more than the rest, and given what he is, that's not hard to guess at. Puck flinches back bodily, wanting no closer look than he's already gotten. Guts studies the room without judgment, remarking dryly that it's quite a collection. The hooded man doesn't respond directly. He's absorbed in a scroll or ledger, unhurried. Guts adds, just as dryly, that if anyone wanted to accuse this man of heresy, all of this would make it a very short conversation. The man answers with a dry, private laugh, nothing so dramatic as heresy, just a physician who isn't practicing anymore. That's the whole of it, he says. He adds, almost offhand, that he saw Guts at the execution grounds earlier that day. Guts turns the conversation back on him. Who is he, and why did he help him? The man tilts his head, asking whether this is about revenge, some private grudge against the Count. Nothing given away. Guts reaches for something on a shelf, unbothered, leaving the question hanging. His answer, when it comes, isn't an answer at all. He's the one asking questions here, not the other way around. Somewhere in the room, the man reacts Guts's name, spoken like it means something to him already. Guts doesn't wait for further explanation. He sends the man's walking stick skidding out from under him without ceremony, and the man goes down hard. He rounds on Guts furiously. That was horrible. Why would he kick him like that? Whatever cruelty he's used to from Guts, This apparently still surprises him. Still down, the man says what he actually wants. Plainly, he wants Guts to kill him, not himself, the Count. He laughs, low and humorless, and admits the real reason he risked the smoke bombs earlier. He couldn't afford to let the soldiers take Guts before this conversation happened. Silent Puck beside him has gone quiet too. A flicker of attention, whatever's coming next, he's paying close attention to it. Close on the man's ruined face as he says exactly what he wants, for Guts to cut the Count into pieces. Something between grief and hatred behind it. He says it plainly now, that thing isn't a man, it's a demon. The man's voice shakes as he insists the Count isn't human at all, hasn't been for a long time if he ever was. Guts says nothing. Puck, beside him, makes a sound that isn't words anymore, pure revulsion. Guts's expression sharpens, caught off guard by whatever's coming. The man says it outright now, that thing cut people apart piece by piece and ate them. And then, gesturing to his own ruined legs, his own ruined face, look at me, he says. This is what's left after surviving it. Guts doesn't argue or comfort him. He says simply that he already knows what the Count is. He tells the man he believes him, no hesitation, no need for further convincing. The man startles at that, clearly not expecting to be taken at his word so easily. Guts and Puck both react to something the man's about to do. He says there's something he wants to show them. A hand pulls at something hidden, and a soft click answers it. A section of the wall gives way, revealing a hidden passage. Guts recognizes it for what it is, a secret door. His heart is audibly pounding. He asks, only half joking, why he already has a bad feeling about whatever this turns out to be. The man says only that they've arrived, and leads the way with a small light. The man announces they've reached it. A small object sits alone in the hidden room, lit by lantern light. Guts starts to say what it is and stops himself, the word catching. His eye goes wide. Whatever he's looking at, he recognizes it immediately, and it isn't good. The object itself, round, textured, deliberately shaped in a way nothing natural would be. An egg-shaped thing rests on the pedestal, its surface marked with what might be a face, closed-eyed, waiting. Guts's jaw tightens, teeth gritted, and he says what it is, a behelit. The name for the thing Guts just spoke lands like something he never expected to hear from a stranger, like he needs to say it out loud to test if he heard right. No confirmation, no denial, just a flat, closed-off look, the kind of silence that says more than an answer would. Pulled back a step, Vargas pushes past his own shock into something closer to alarm, demanding to know how a stranger like this could possibly recognize it at all. Guts has Vargas by the collar, hauled half off his feet, and pinned back against the crossed wooden beams, sword still in his other hand. Whatever patience he had a moment ago is gone. His bandaged face twists in raw fear at the sudden violence, a short, wordless cry breaking out of him. The elf darts in close, voice sharp with alarm, telling Guts to stop. Guts doesn't ease up. He wants to know exactly who he's holding and where he got the thing. Words spilling out fast now, it isn't his, he took it from inside the castle, from the Count himself, and he's telling the truth. Guts hasn't sheathed anything. He stands over Vargas with the sword braced, the threat still open, and repeats the demand, tell him everything. Puck and Vargas both go still under that, nobody rushing to be first to speak. Vargas finally answers, giving his name and what he used to be, the castle's physician once. He adds the qualifier that matters. Back then, the Count was already cruel, but he was still human. In the library, Puck drifting nearby, both quiet as Vargas keeps talking. Everything changed 7 years ago, he says, the moment the Count got his hands on this thing. The flashback drops into the torture chamber itself. Bodies hung from chains along the walls, cut into while still alive. What was framed as rooting out heretics had become nothing more than an excuse to keep a steady supply of victims coming. No reaction beyond stillness, letting Vargas keep going. Vargas continues. He couldn't stomach being part of it any longer, so he fled the castle with his wife and 2 sons. They were caught before they got clear. Not the worst of it yet, but close. His legs are taken from him there, in front of his family, before anything else happens. Bound and unable to move, his face breaking apart as it starts. Whatever's happening to his wife and sons in front of him, there is nothing he can do but watch. No fight left in him, no way to look away, no way to stop it. The Count doesn't stay a man for this. His shape comes apart in front of them, skin splitting, horns pushing up through what was ahead, limbs multiplying past anything human, until what's left is something closer to a heap of coiled, glistening flesh than a person. And it's in that shape that he takes Vargas's wife and sons, pulling them into himself and feeding on them while Vargas is held there, forced to watch every second of it. Recoiling, visibly shaken just from hearing this much of it. Face unreadable, listening without any visible reaction. Vargas admits it wasn't anger and it wasn't grief that ruled him in that moment, it was fear. Fear for his wife and sons above everything else. He calls himself exactly what he was then, not a father, not a physician, just a prisoner of that fear. He'd kept one hidden beforehand and used it to fake his own death when the moment came. When the chance opened up, he slipped free of the castle with the thing still in hand. He calls surviving that at all a miracle. The library again, Guts, Puck and Vargas, his back to them. The flashbacks finished. Vargas continues. Since escaping, he's spent all 7 years digging into religion and the occult, trying to understand what he was carrying. He never found an answer. He still doesn't know what the thing actually is. He knows exactly what it is. A key that calls up demons from another dimension, the same demons that have shaped the darker side of human history since long before either of them. A door into another world, one that sits laid over their own, without either side usually seeing the other. Guts, examining a model of the stars nearby, calls it what it is one more time, a key. A massive shape rises against a ringed, black sun, and Guts names exactly who waits on the other side of that door, the 5 members of the Godhand. Both struck silent by the name, neither of them prepared for the scale of what they've just been told. Someone's located the hidden entrance to where Vargas has been holed up. The search for him hasn't stopped just because he's been hard to find. Pulled back to the castle itself and carried on the air with it, screaming, audible even from this distance. Shrapnel picked out of his face piece by piece, the wounds still fresh from what happened back in Chapter 3, not yet healed. Someone calls out a title in alarm, Lord Zondark, as a heavy-set, bandaged man loses control in the room, attendants scrambling back from him. Teeth bared, fists clenched, repeating that he'll kill someone, kill him, over and over. Hands raised, pleading with Zondark to settle down. Someone nearby recoils sharply, a short cry breaking out, whatever Zondark's doing, it's escalating. A skull crushed. The doctor who'd been tending Zondark hasn't survived the encounter. The panel holds on what's left rather than the act itself. Backing away fast, desperate to get clear of Zondark before he's next. Drawn into the room by the chaos already underway. Bandaged, straining against whoever's holding him, screaming that he'll kill the Black Swordsman. Urging the Count to step back, to return to safer chambers. This isn't something he should be standing this close to. Considering the scene, rather than retreating from it. He wants the room cleared, everyone out, addressed directly to a soldier doll. The advisor falters, clearly unwilling, but unsure how to refuse. No room left for argument, he wants it done now. Soldiers and the old advisor moving to obey, tension in every motion. The advisor, uneasy about leaving the Count alone in that room. Others calling for everyone to clear out at once, no argument left in it. Whatever hold he had on himself gives way. He starts smashing his own head against a stone column over and over. wrapping an arm around Zondark's neck, cutting the motion short before he can do worse to himself. The Count keeping Zondark restrained, arms still locked around him. Asking Zondark plainly if he hates the Black Swordsman as much as it looks like he does. Gripping his own head, teeth bared against whatever's building in him. Zondark insists he'd do anything to kill Guts. The Count, quietly pleased, almost amused by how far Zondark's willing to go. The Count tells him he'll have his wish granted. Something already starting at his mouth, the first sign of what's about to come out of him. Pale wet, pushing itself free from him. And down into him, the panel holding on the moment without flinching away from it. Most of it free of the Count's mouth now, dripping, still connected back to its source. Something closer to hunger than satisfaction in his expression. He names it plainly and tells Zondark to take it inside himself. Zondark seized on the floor, screaming as it happens, the Count standing over him without moving to help. A soldier reporting to a man addressed as Lord Dahl. Words reached them of someone claiming to know where the Black Swordsman is hiding. Pressing for the details rather than waiting for them to come to him. Discussing how to move on the information, too many soldiers sent at once, and they lose any chance of surprising him. The Count settles it, take 30 men and go. Someone calling out for him to wait before he can finish giving the order. Dahl and the soldiers nearby catch sight of something and react with a sharp jolt of shock. Close on him now, visibly changed, bulked out far past what he was a moment ago. Pulled back wide, Zondark towers over the room, dwarfing the soldiers and even the Count standing beside him. Nobody in the room looks steady at the sight of it. The Count speaks to him directly, Zondark. The time's come for him to wreak his vengeance to his heart's content. Dahl and the soldiers, unsettled by whatever look has come over Zondark's face now that he's heard it. Zondark screams, not in pain this time, something closer to glee. Guts reclined, boots up on the table, at ease in a way that's a hard contrast to the scene just left behind. Turning it over, remarking that it's well made. Hands up near his face, claws out, recoiling slightly from something. The behelit resting on the cloth, shown close, alone in the panel, unsettling on its own even without anything happening yet. He's gone still next to it, a wordless beat. Curiosity winning out, he prods at it directly. Flying close, testing it from another angle. Something's shifted. He's staring down at it now with open unease rather than curiosity. Puck jumping on the shrouded shape, trying to shift it, throwing everything he's got into it, no luck. Hugh. Has to be art, has to be. Grudging admission, whoever made it, it's got a well-made face. Close on his eye, still turning it over. Guts cuts in, it's not artwork, it's alive. Puck flinches back hard, then rounds on Guts for not saying so before he went and touched it himself. Guts, it may be alive, but it's no danger in the state it's in, calls it a kind of tool. Puck standing near the shrouded object, subdued now. Guts reclined with his boots up, half listening as Puck asks how the thing's even supposed to summon the Godhand. If he knew that, he tells Puck, he wouldn't still be going through all this trouble. Uneasy, watching the tension in the room. Deflects for a beat, says he'd forgotten to ask Guts something of his own first. Guts asks instead how the Count first got his hands on it. Silhouetted wagons against an open sky. Vargas explains it plainly, found in a bazaar somewhere east, and even the merchants carrying it never knew what they had. By chance, Guts says by chance. Sharp interest, all at once from Vargas with happiness on his face. Look at this, he says, a layout map of the castle. Candlelight over it as Vargas lays it out, a secret passage out of the castle known to almost no one but the Count himself. If it goes well, Guts could reach the inner compound completely unseen. Vargas admits he wishes he could go too, but in the shape his body's in now, he'd only be a hindrance. Face unreadable. He's waited 7 years for someone like Guts to walk through that door. "You're my only hope," Vargas says, "please. Avenge me." "Going still, you." Vargas's grip landing on his shoulder. Sharp, immediate. Guts shoves him away hard, shouting at him never to touch him. Vargas knocked back, asking what the hell that was for. Not just shocked, screaming Guts's name at him, appalled by what he's doing. Guts doesn't back down, tells Vargas he's the one who looks like a monster. Never touch him like that again, he makes him sick. Has Vargas even looked at himself in a mirror lately? He should try to be more presentable. Vargas and Puck, both stunned into silence by how ugly that got. Guts swats Puck away with nothing more than a flick of his finger, barely a real blow. He yelps, then rounds on Guts hard, right up in his face, demanding to know why Guts is always picking on people like that. Puck calling him a jerk, not ready to let it go. He tells Puck it's fine, he doesn't mind what Guts says about him. His anger softening into something closer to pity, addressing Vargas gently, "Old fella." He says it again, he doesn't care what's said about him, his only wish is that Guts kill the Count. A private, unimpressed judgment, spineless bastard, and a short, dismissive sound to close it. Guts moves through the ransacked lab, sword drawn, telling Vargas flatly he won't avenge him, but he'll kill the Count all the same for his own reasons, not Vargas's. Unreadable, already elsewhere. He asks what's wrong, sensing the shift before anyone else does. Without warning, something crashes through timber and debris, a huge shape closing the distance fast, wreckage scattering everywhere. Reacting to the chaos breaking loose around them. A massive armored figure, bandaged head, gripping a weapon far too large for a normal man to swing. Puck's voice cutting through the noise, crying out Guts's name in warning. Sharp, immediate alarm. The huge figure taunts Guts, calls him a tough bastard for still being alive. Puck reacts with a jolt. It's the same one from that afternoon. No longer anything close to human, a broad, snouted, single-eyed mass where Zondark's face used to be. Guts squares up against it, weapon raised. Puck, sent tumbling by the force of it, cries out as Guts leaps through the wreckage to meet the attack. Teeth gritted, fully committed now. Watching, helpless, as the first real exchange lands. Blades meet hard enough to shake the room. Zondark, monstrous now, bellowing. Puck's voice again, sharp with fear, as the weapon comes around. Guts's brand of sacrifice reacts to what's standing in front of him, drawing blood on its own, the mark's way of confirming what he's fighting isn't human. A strained cry as blades meet again, hard enough to put him down. Guts down from that first real exchange, not yet back on his feet. He rises, saying it plainly this time, now he understands. Whatever this is, it isn't human anymore. Zondark, weapon raised high, he'll hack Guts to pieces. Guts meets the blow rather than dodging it. Crying his name out in fear. Guts seizes the opening and takes it, severing Zondark's arm clean. Both reacting together to the sudden turn. Crying out. Puck, hopeful, shouts that Guts got him. Sword raised for the next strike, no pause taken. Wet, twitching, pushing free of the armor. Proof the hit landed even as it heals wrong. Tentacles already sprouting from the wound, writhing growths, replacing whatever damage was just done. The same unnatural regeneration from the lab fight earlier in the chapter. Guts catching sight of it, surprised. Shocked, hun. Tentacles pushing up through the broken rafters, still growing. Unstoppable, filling the space above them. Vargas screams at the sight of it, swallowing the wreckage whole. Zondark, using the tentacle to close his grip around his weapon again. Guts, tentacles reaching for him from every side, refusing to give ground. Zondark's head emerges from the writhing mass, still fixed on one word. Repeated, mindless now, stripped of anything else. Caught in the middle of the tentacle mass. Hiding inside a skull on the shelf, keeping himself out of the fight's reach. Guts regaining his stance. Ready to strike once more. Guts planting himself, unshaken, not backing down from this, whatever it costs him. Vargas and Puck, watching, badly shaken, neither of them has ever seen anything like this before. Guts squared up, prepared to keep fighting. Zondark promising to chop Guts into mincemeat. Grinning wide, a grinding sound behind the teeth. Guts' sword planted amid the rising tentacle mass, Puck visible nearby. Tentacles thrashing through the wreckage. A short cry of disbelief, whoa. Guts' face, unchanged, determined, nothing about this has cracked his resolve. He takes Zondark's weapon head-on as it swings again, now wielded through the tentacle mass itself. Guts' boots skid hard across the floor, the force of that last exchange still pushing him backward. Sweat streaked, absorbing the impact. Zondark already swinging again, giving him no chance to reset. The two of them mate once more, the fight nowhere near finished. The fight tearing through the room's remaining structure. Guts pressing forward. Everything the two of them have thrown into a single collision. Caught up in the chaos, terrified. Straight for Puck, he cries out in alarm. A brief, bewildered beat. Pulling Puck in close, shielding him bodily. Puck floating, catching himself. Vargas asks if he's all right. Puck says he's fine, but he's more worried about Vargas. Vargas managing one anyway. Puck thanks. Vargas finally sees the thing Guts is actually fighting and recoils, calls it a horrible monster, prays for all of them. Startled hard by something close. The battle axe moving like a whip, rather than a weapon a person should be able to swing. It's too fast to even see. At this rate, they'll all be cut to pieces. Puck adds the thing that matters, Guts, is blocking every single blow. Puck watching it happen, saying nothing else. Guts deflects Zondark's attack with a hard, controlled motion, not landing a hit himself, just batting the strike off course. A strained grunt as he keeps it up, blocking everything still coming at him. Guts plants himself, already loading up to drive forward and strike again. His hand clenched so hard around the hilt that blood starts to show through his fingers. Parrying Zondark's strikes with an ease that doesn't match how desperate this should look. Another strike turned aside without much effort. Guts dodges clear, already coiling to strike back. Guts brings his sword down hard. Zondark's left arm comes off with it. Zondark's face, no longer just enraged, real concern showing through now, something close to fear of what he's fighting. Guts' blade connects again, taking part of Zondark's head with it this time. Held on the follow-through, nothing hesitant in it, every bit of his resolve visible in how the strike completes. Mutilated now by that last cut, the damage plain and unflinching. Guts drives it home against Zondark's ruined head. Zondark screams through the pain of it, still trying to bring his blade around at Guts even as the strike lands. He staggers back, weapon slipping from his grip. Guts reading the stillness for what it is, the fight's done. Struggling to find words for what he's just watched. Guts standing amid the wreckage, Puck floating above him, awed, he's incredible. He always knew Guts was tough, but it had always looked like he was just swinging his sword around wildly. Watching this fight, he realizes he was wrong about that. Vargas says quietly, he's a master swordsman. Guts standing amid it, weapon still raised, Vargas alarmed beside him, and underneath it all, a low, wet, guttural sound coming from somewhere that isn't Guts. Bloodied, saying nothing. Half of Zondark's head is cut clean off, and he's still moving. Slick still twitching. Still coming from what's left of him. Well done. Sensing the shift too. Black Swordsman, not Zondark's voice anymore. horned, grinning, unmistakably the Count's true form now, looking directly at him. Guts moves through the ruined room, cloak trailing, Puck flying above him, the aftermath of the fight laid out all around. A voice starts speaking to him, "Not bad, Black Swordsman." The Count, catching the shift in tone without fully understanding it yet. "By name, long time no see." At the sound of it, broken in the chaos, and the behelit drops loose, falling to the ground. The behelit sitting loose amid the wreckage, getting there before anyone else can. Realizing Vargas has it now. The Count tells him plainly, "Guts first, then he'll get back to torturing Vargas, same as 7 years ago." The Count faces Guts again, ready to pick the fight back up. The Count to Guts, he's honed his strength and skill to the utmost, truly impressive. No human could fight like that. Expression unreadable. Surely no one could defeat him, and yet the fact that he's mortal. Guts and Puck, both catching where that sentence is headed. The Count completes the thought, "That mortality is your downfall." Standing his ground, back to us, amid the ruin. A scream tears through everything, and whatever's left of the room's structure gives way at once. A short, startled cry, like whoever this is didn't expect to still be standing. Something crashes down hard through the wreckage, steadying himself through the effort. Amid fire and falling debris, pulling himself together to move. Already inside the secret way out, urging Guts to hurry, the whole house is about to come down. Guts hauling himself up through broken timber. "Hurry!" Reacting to the call. A wide shot of it fully ablaze. The building burning, townsfolk gathered on a bridge nearby to watch. Puck wondering out loud if he's dead. Nah, that wasn't the Count, that was his demon. Guts grimacing, climbing out through a sewer grate, Puck complaining about the smell. Guts tells him plainly, the thing controlling Zondark had total command of his mind and body. All that was left of him by the end was the desire to kill. Guts and Vargas standing together in the water, the town visible behind them. Vargas says there's something he wants first. This is where they part. Guts holds out his hand for the behelit, call it payment in advance for killing the Count. It's no use to him anyway, but there's something he wants in return. Guts reaches out and takes the behelit from Vargas's hands. Guts, already turning to go, leaves it at that later. Yelling for Guts to wait, then turning back to tell Vargas to take care of himself. Guts already moving on, saying nothing more. Vargas telling Puck he should take care of himself too, little one. A short, uncertain goodbye. Puck tells Vargas he thought he was kind of creepy at first, but he's a good person, really. Now go, he says. Puck flustered, apologizing for something he said. Puck half to himself, people need to keep living. More important than trying to avenge the past, he guesses living for the future matters more. Walking off toward the town by himself. Puck catching himself, what is he even saying? He's just mixed up. Vargas quiet, no, he's right. Vargas watching the town from a distance, thinking fondly of the elf, such a dear one. He can't just stand here forever, he tells himself, and keeps moving through the water alone. A clawed, scaled hand breaks the surface behind him. Vargas cries out, caught off guard. A tentacle coils around him, his cane knocked loose and gone. It can't be something surfacing that shouldn't still exist. Fear breaking across his face as it dawns on him exactly what's got hold of him. And there, in the dark behind it, the Count. Calling Guts out, that's so rude, just taking the behelit and walking off like that. At least he could have seen Vargas off somewhere safe. He could have done all that himself. Except for the behelit, that part he appreciated enough that he'd have taken it by force if he'd had to. Scoundrel, what's the big idea? Vargas saved him, showed him the secret passage, even handed over the behelit. Puck insists they're allies, both of them want the Count dead. He's not interested in playing friends with some good-for-nothing who'll only end up dragging him down. He goes further. When Vargas begged him for help before, he turned him down flat, calls him a maggoty creep. How could he say something like that? Guts unmoved, Puck trailing behind him. Quiet hood. Guts calls him a bug. The same coldness applies to him too. Then resolving himself, flying off toward the town on his own. Guts pulls up short at an archway. Puck flies back to his side. Puck shushes him before he can be seen. A fragment of talk drifts over. Another execution. Another voice. There was already one just yesterday. Is this true? Yes. Townsfolk nearby. The one being executed is supposedly a friend of the man who caused the commotion at the execution grounds. Meant as a warning. Hey, wait. Guts is already walking away. Nothing left to discuss. Calling his name. Ruins in the foreground, the castle looming beyond. Somewhere close, the sound of machinery. Guts getting it ready. Guts's prosthetic weapon arm, mechanisms clicking into place, Puck reacting. Guts adjusting the mechanism amid the rubble, Puck watching from close by, unsettled. Guts focused entirely on the weapon. Puck then losing it. Crying out his name. Guts working through his gear, fixing up the arm cannon, making sure everything's in working order. The weapon sparks as he checks it over. I won't ask you again. All right then, and goes back to the weapon. Fine, he can take a hint. He flies off. Angry, putting distance between himself and Guts. It looks like Guts doesn't care at all that Vargas is about to be executed. Puck continuing on, unable to let it go. Guts sitting amid rubble, going through his gear. Guts takes off his mechanical arm. The stump where it used to be. How he lost it. Guts thinking back on what Vargas went through, his legs taken from him. Vargas's ruined face, recounting again in Guts's mind what the Count did, cut apart, taken piece by piece, and eaten. Sitting with all of it. A lantern's light, and what happened in front of Vargas before his own eyes, his wife, his sons taken. Clothes on it. What's left of his arm, a reminder of Vargas's own words about being nothing but a prisoner of fear. Vargas's hand, reaching, avenge me, please. Guts thinking through it, not just what was done to Vargas, but everyone else the Count did the same to. Guts drives his fist into stone amid the rubble. A crowd gathering below the castle walls, a scaffold raised at the center of it. Vargas bound, held between two executioners as the crowd looks on. We meet again, Vargas. Musing aloud, has it really been 7 years now? What are you glaring at, ho ho? Normally there'd be a painstaking interrogation first, but the Counts decided to skip straight to execution. Vargas should be grateful for the mercy. An advisor tells him plainly, the object he wanted is nowhere to be found. I see, so the Black Swordsman has it. Puck flying above the gathered crowd toward the scaffold. Puck trying to work out what he could actually do to help the old man. What to do, what to do. Tucked into an alleyway at the edge of the grounds, taking it all in. Puck catches sight of Guts right away and calls out to him. I knew you'd come, Puck says, pressed close to him. There's some good in him, after all. So what's the plan? He'd better hurry, or the old man's going to die. Guts says he's got it all wrong. He didn't come to save anyone. He came to watch him die. Still absorbing what Guts just said. Guts lays it out. The moment he steps toward that scaffold, hundreds of troops waiting in the shadows past the castle gate will come pouring out. Guts drawing his attention to it directly. Does Puck really think he's noble enough to just walk straight into a trap like that? The fairy stumbling on his words. If Puck's so worried, why doesn't he go save the old man himself? Puck can't do it alone, he knows that much, Guts says flatly. Puck gone quiet and Guts walking on, the same goes for him. Below the scaffold, onlookers mutter about what a joke it is, some misfit who can't even swing a sword, thinking he could take down a monster like that. A short, pained sound. Guts reaching too high always costs something, and that price is too steep if you die for nothing. Not again, like before. His feelings are pouring straight into me. The reward for ambition pushed too far is self-destruction. Puck hit with everything Guts carries from his past, the emotion pouring into him hard enough to cause real, physical pain. Fixed entirely on what's unfolding in the courtyard below, not registering Puck's pain at all. Like black magma, Puck thinks, still curled against it. Is this the actual source of Guts's strength? Vargas, his head slammed down where they want it, ready for the blade. Puck flying hard toward it, calling out, "Old fella." A hooded figure standing alone, someone's voice flat, he should have known his limits. A rat should live like a rat. Guts, are you afraid? What's he talking about? Yeah, he is afraid to admit he's fighting a losing battle too, afraid to admit he's just like the old fella. Fighting enemies he can't possibly defeat. Isn't Guts afraid of him too? If he really didn't care, he wouldn't be here at all. If he hated the old fella that much. Puck flung aside a startled sound. He talks too much. Where does an elf get off talking like he's human? Tearful. Guts reacting hard, Puck's just bitten down on his hand. Puck growling, not letting go easily. Guts yelling at him over the bite. Puck shadowboxing at him like he could actually win a fight against him. A yelp as Guts reacts. Selfish bastard, chicken, followed by every insult Puck can think of. You little brat. Damn bug. Guts thinking back to Puck's face, crying. Compassion. You've got to be kidding me. Guts caught between walking away and doing something. The odds against Vargas are overwhelming, and it shows on his face. Puck cutting hard through the air above the crowd, straight toward the scaffold, desperately trying to work out how he's actually going to help. Focused entirely on getting there. Caught in the crowd's collective feeling. Too much at once. Fear, anger, sadness, guilt, the hysteria of hundreds of people swirling around inside him. Gripping his weapon, readying the strike. Not sure he can actually pull this off, glancing back at Guts, hoping he'll step in. Watching something close to amusement in it. Puck struggles, saying to himself, should I? The executioner's strike, already in motion. Should I? A hard, effortful groan. Puck rushes the executioner anyway. Everyone noticed right away and was surprised. Puck racing to help. He hits the flat of the executioner's axe and goes tumbling. The executioner and Vargas both caught off guard by it. The executioner picks up Puck and is questioning what was that. What's he waiting for? Get on with it. Yes, sir. It's a shame, Vargas says. He won't be around to enjoy watching the Count choke on his own blood. The Count says, what's that supposed to mean? Death will pay him a visit soon enough, dragged down to hell alongside the hundreds he's already killed. Finish him off, another voice, nonsense. Weapon raised high. I beg of you, Black Swordsman. Hold this devil's severed head before us, once and for all, hold it up. Bringing the weapon down with everything he has. Vargas's cut loose from his body. Still open in the moment just after. A wall of sound, roaring. The executioner raises Vargas's severed head for the crowd, the execution complete. Furious with himself for not doing anything. Starting to react. The pain building. The same grotesque, infant-like shape from his dreams, visible in the distance. Something small and strange, coiled against the cobblestones. You again. Guts' face shows a mix of surprise and fear. The same grotesque, infant-like shape, now wearing Vargas's face. Understanding lands a half-second before the scream does, his face breaking into raw, unguarded terror at what he's looking at. It's fully visible now, tentacled, bloated, infantile in shape. Every proportion wrong, Vargas's face fitted onto it like something that was never meant to wear one. It draws back across the stone and retreats, dragging itself out of sight. His face doesn't recover right away, wide-eyed, still shaking with it. Two masked men stand on the wooden platform, one still holding up the bound cloth from the execution. A figure sits in shadow behind them on a draped seat, watching, unmoving. The Count's face fills the frame, something close to satisfaction at the corner of his mouth, as if remarking, half-mocking, that the Black Swordsman never showed after all, and congratulating himself for it. Then something shifts in his expression, reconsidering. A window stands open over the execution grounds below, and someone is framed in it, having watched the whole thing unfold. She stands there still, taking in what just happened below. Quiet, unreadable. She draws it shut, ending her vigil over what just happened. A walled town spreads out below a hillside keep, rooftops crowded together, forest pressing at the edges. A thin crescent moon hangs over a smaller, more distant silhouette of battlements. By torchlight, two soldiers stand near a covered wagon and a length of siege equipment, grumbling about the task ahead of them. One scoffs, mutters something about a fool who thought he could take on the Count, shaking his head at the thought. More bodies than either man wants to deal with are dragged out of the ground nearby, as if the earth can't hold them all. A soldier holds Vargas's head up, staring at the ruin of his face in the torchlight, appalled by what he's looking at. He can't quite keep his stomach from turning, a hard swallow, sweat on his brow. He tells his companion to finish up and get out of there. He's had enough of this work. Something at the edge of the dark, the flare of a cape catching the torchlight, makes him freeze. He makes out a silhouette standing there, watching them, Guts. Cold, unreadable fury. The soldiers lie dead where they fell. Guts crouches over Vargas's head, having just taken it back. Guts speaks to it directly, quiet, deliberate. Vargas is still open. Something in that unmoving stare lands on him differently, vengeance, worn plainly, no different from his own. A quiet vow spoken to the head at his feet. He won't fail, not the way this one did. Faint pale shapes gather at the edge of his vision. His hands already moving, sword coming up to guard before he's caught up to why. Translucent shapes take form out of the pit itself, hollow ribcage, half-formed faces streaked with pale light climbing up out of the earth. Guts stands in the middle of it, the dead pressing in from every side, their voices layered over one another, pain, a missing leg, a missing head, eyes that can't see anymore. Everything that was taken from them, all crying out at once. Their cries converge on a single want, the Count's head taken together as one. Guts drives forward against the press of bodies, forcing his way clear. He stands in the open forest, sword raised, breathing hard, cursing under his breath. Teeth bared, a raw shout tearing loose. The word that comes out of him sounds less like his own voice and more like theirs, echoed back, vengeance. The horde isn't just surrounding him anymore, it's pressing into him, trying to take hold from the inside. Guts fights it, refusing, every part of him straining against the intrusion. Trembling, jaw locked, fighting to hold on to himself. The pressure of it bears down on him visibly, teeth gritted, straining against a weight that isn't physical. For a moment, it looks like they've won, his face and form twisting toward something monstrous, on the edge of becoming a vessel for their collective vengeance. Guts forces the horde back and out of himself in one violent, decisive burst, refusal tearing loose as the last of them are expelled. The moment it's over, his legs give out and he drops to the ground, spent. Guts shouts into the dark, declaring that he and the dead share nothing in common, Never, he snarls, like a promise to himself. He orders them away, calls them nothing but corpses, worthless, already dead, every one of them. This fight is his alone, a living man's fight, not a borrowed grudge from the dead. A quiet confirmation to himself, that's right. Seen from behind, cloak snapping in the wind, he sets off toward the distant keep on the hill, vowing to kill the Count with his own hands, by himself, no one else's. A walled fortress town spreads beneath a heavy, overcast sky, its red-tiled rooftops crowding behind stone battlements and a pair of conical-roofed towers. Far below, a lone hooded figure picks his way carefully across a section of splintered wooden scaffolding jutting from a breach in the outer wall, working his way toward the fortress. Guts sprints along the same broken timber walkway at a dead run, his cloak tearing out behind him like something torn loose from the dark itself. His face is set hard, collar drawn up against the wind, eyes fixed forward on whatever waits ahead of him in the castle. Down a long, arched stone corridor, the Count leads a procession of hooded attendants and armored guards deeper into the castle. The Count's face looms close over the cage, a faint, sated smile on his lips as he reaches for it, and Puck mutters something scornful at him that draws no reaction at all. Behind a drawn curtain, Puck sits caged, quietly sobbing. Puck's mind drifts back into memory. Two bandaged figures loom over him, one admitting quietly that there had been nothing at all he could do to save Vargas. The confession echoes, hollow and useless, the memory sharpening into fresh grief. Still caught in the memory, he asks, in a small voice, what's going to happen to him now. A key turns in an ornate lock. A heavy door swings open to reveal armored guards and hooded attendants waiting beyond it. Puck catches his first glimpse of the girl through the open door, eyes going wide. In an ornate bedroom beneath a crowned canopy, a dark-haired girl sits up in bed with a book open in her lap, candlelight catching the room's heavy drapery and gilded furnishings. The Count steps into the room behind his crew of knights and advisors, and the girl reacts with a startled exclamation. Derja's face fills the panel as she greets her father, the Count. Puck flinches, a startled understanding dawning on him. This girl is the Count's own daughter. He watches, quiet, still turning the thought over. A woman carrying the caged Puck toward the bed asks whether Derja is still awake, confirming what he'd only just begun to grasp. Puck's thoughts flicker. The fact that this is truly the Count's own daughter still hasn't fully settled in him. The Count steps into the room, telling Derja he's brought her a little something. She asks, wary, why he's come to see her so late. Puck stays silent, watching. Derja asks, disbelieving, whether the small winged creature is even real. An elf, she realizes aloud. Asked whether she likes it, she answers simply that she does, though her expression gives away little. The Count asks if she's lonely, shut away here. Derja says nothing. She thanks him, holding the cage close against her, stiff and formal. The Count's face looms into close-up, doting and faintly grotesque, as he tells her he could never let her out into a world he considers overrun with heretics and filth. She only needs to be patient, he says. Puck watches the exchange from the cage, his expression troubled. He murmurs her name. Derja looks down, saying nothing. Derja gasps and pulls back as the Count's hand reaches toward her. He murmurs something about her being the only one. The sentence trails off, his hand still reaching. His expression curdles hurt, or something uglier, teeth bared faintly. Derja cries out, startled. He freezes, stunned, as she still won't let him touch her. Puck, small and bare, watches the moment pass in silence. Derja holds the cage against her chest, quiet and unmoving. She says only that it's nothing, to forget it. Resigned, the Count says so be it, that it's getting late, and bids her good night before withdrawing with his hooded attendants. Derja looks after him, murmuring her father's name once more as the door closes. Dahl addresses the Count with a formal title. The Count answers only with heavy, seething silence. The Count snaps at him to leave, go away, and Dahl flinches back, startled by the sudden venom in his voice. Dahl's face goes pale, eyes wide, sensing something dangerous simmering just beneath the Count's composure. The Count's voice rises to a raw shout, demanding to be left alone, a low rumble building around his hunched, hooded shape, as though something were straining to break loose from inside him, his daughter's fear of him plainly eating at him. The Count's hand trembles, gripping tight. Alone at a high window overlooking the castle grounds, he lets her name escape him, Therja, unbidden. Below, the same ruined scaffolding stretches down into shadow, a fitting mirror for what's unraveling in him. His eye catches the light, turned inward, distant, a man contemplating what he's let himself become. His fist clenches hard enough to creak. He descends a dark stairwell alone, a small hooded shape, a cry of dismay escaping him. Low laughter follows, not gleeful, but bitter and self-directed, teeth bared in the dark at the demon he's made of himself. The castle's towers rise against a churning sky, and somewhere within, a voice notes with dread that he has come. Guts's cloak whips violently as something claw-shaped bursts through the frame around him. Guts's eye fills the panel, fixed and intent. A dark, jagged shape erupts across the scaffolding in a spray of sparks. The fight has begun. A clawed shape lunges out of the shadows, the Count's transformation breaking loose. Guts's eyes snap wide, catching the sudden change overtaking the man in front of him. He plants himself, bracing against a shower of sparks and debris as the transformation tears through the hallway around them. He smirks close on his face and taunts the creature for its stubborn refusal to stay down. The hallway itself tears open in a burst of splinters and sparks as the Count's new form bursts fully loose, Guts braced beside the wreckage. The Count's eyes open in total darkness. He declares he's been waiting for Guts, greeting him by the name the world knows him by, the Black Swordsman. Guts stands atop the scaffold, sword already drawn, unmoved by the greeting. Below, thick, glistening limbs unfurl and drag themselves loose with a wet, dragging sound. The Count's mind now drives this ruined, monstrous body, a towering, warped mass with several twisted faces sprouting from its neck and shoulders, remnants of armor fused grotesquely into ravaged flesh, its arms replaced by immense clawed tendrils. Guts, close on his face below, remarks flatly that it's uglier now than the last time he saw it. The Count, driving the ruined body forward, snarls through one of its faces that there will be no games this time, and nowhere left for him to run. Guts grits his teeth as something tears into him with a wet, ugly sound. Guts levels the crossbow mounted on his mechanical arms straight at his opponent, jaw clenched tight with focus. One of the creature's faces bares its teeth, sensing what's coming. The device fires, the creature's central face is struck dead on, bolts driving into flesh, its scream tearing loose as it's thrown backward. Guts stands in the foreground, the smoking weapon still trained on his opponent, his expression hard and unreadable. The creature reels, one of its faces gasping in stunned disbelief at the damage done. The creature's twisted heads groan, arrows and bolts still bristling from its ravaged flesh. Guts's jaw is set, sweat streaking down a face drawn tight with effort. One of the monstrous heads snarls around the bolts, driven through its own jaw. The pain tears loose from somewhere deep inside the ruined body, an ugly, ragged howl. Guts leaps up a stretch of shattered wooden stairway, cannon arm raised high, his cloak whipping behind him as fire lights the castle beyond. He roars as he throws himself through the wreckage toward the writhing mass waiting below. Guts raises his crossbow arm, another dart already loaded. He holds his ground as the stairway itself starts to give way and collapse around him. His face is set hard in profile, undeterred by the structure crumbling beneath his feet. A scream tears loose his own effort as another bolt finds its mark. He follows it with a strike of his blade into one of the creature's clawed tentacle limbs, debris exploding outward. Guts moves through the wreckage as a tentacle lashes toward him. His boot slams down amid flying splinters. A clawed hand flexes, ready to strike. A scream rips through the chaos. The creature's many heads roar in unison, horns and fanged mouths crowding together atop its armored, ruined body. Guts swings his massive sword in a sweeping arc, driving it deep into the creature's clawed limb as it reaches for him. His face fills the frame, resolute and intense, the strike having landed true. Struck by the blow, the creature reels and begins to fall, plunging down through the center of the ruined stairwell. Guts watches it disappear into the dark below. The fight with it is finally over. He turns and climbs further up the stairwell, pressing on toward the Count's true body. His face is set and silent, already bracing for what still waits ahead. His eyes go wide, too late. He realizes it isn't over yet. A clawed tentacle whips out from behind and catches him hard. He staggers, grimacing, blood already pouring from a fresh wound to his head. The blow lands with a sickening, wet impact. More jagged, clawed limbs unfurl around him as whatever struck him reveals itself. The Count now stands revealed in his full demon form, a towering mass of horns, eyes, and twisted flesh. He boasts that he'll simply keep regenerating himself, no matter how much Guts cuts him down. It's futile, he says, hacking this body apart accomplishes nothing. Unless, he adds with a low laugh, his head is severed entirely. Otherwise, he warns, this will just keep happening over and over again. Without hesitation, Guts drives his sword straight into the Count's face, splitting it in half. The blow lands true, braced hard against the recoil as the blade sinks into the hilt. Guts stands firm, sword still driven straight through the ruin of the Count's face. One of the shattered heads flinches, reacting to what's coming. Guts's face is set hard, and he offers a grim thanks for the tip. The severed head, wide-eyed and already knitting itself back together, tendrils curling from its mouth, declares that now it will feed. Off Guts's own body, the threat finishing as its ruined face fills the frame. Guts backs away sharply as the regenerating head slides slowly down the length of his blade toward him. The severed head, still speared on his blade, seems to sense what's coming. Guts's face is set, resolute, blood streaking his skin. He plants his boot and rises, sword raised with the head still fixed on it. He swings the blade in a wide, violent arc, aiming straight for the nearest wall. The strike carries through, head and sword together bearing down on the stone. The head shatters against the stone in a burst of gore and splintered bone, the impact echoing through the ruined stairwell. One last eye goes wide in the wreckage of it. Dark, ruined matter slides slowly down the stone. A last twitch of movement and then stillness. Guts's face is streaked with blood, his expression hard and unreadable. It's done. Guts breathes hard, blood dripping steadily from his mouth. The Count's voice reaches him still. This isn't over, he warns. His true body is waiting upstairs. The word hangs in the air, upstairs. Guts's face is drawn and exhausted. He stands amid the wreckage in silence, gathering himself before he moves on. He curses under his breath. He's lost too much blood. His foot catches, and he stumbles hard on the broken stairs. He forces himself upright and keeps climbing, blood marking the steps behind him. He grits out that he can't give up, fist clenched hard, blood streaking his face. It's hatred now driving him forward, teeth bared against the pain. He vows to run the creature's damned head through on his blade of steel, leaping through a debris-strewn corridor lined with broken shelving. Something answers with a wild, manic scream, promising to run him through in turn. Blood drips steadily, a fist clenches hard, grinding with tension, daring him to just wait and see. The castle looms against the night sky, sparks still scattering through the dark. Puck stirs, a small uncertain sound escaping him. He startles as the cage is opened. Derja looks at him, quiet and unreadable. Puck stammers that he isn't very tasty, elves are bad for digestion, he warns, and awfully high in calories besides. Derja tells him she won't hurt him, that he can come out. She knows exactly what it feels like to be locked in a cage. Puck stays quiet in the cage. Derja says she understands why he doesn't trust her. She is, after all, his daughter. Puck mutters that she's probably only saying that so she can eat him alive once he comes out. He asks her quietly what she meant that day. Derja answers that everything changed that day. Her father became a different person. Puck listens, silent. Her face goes still and serious as she tells him that was the day her mother died, 7 years ago. Derja explains that in those days, a sect of heretics stood openly against her father. She was only a baby then, she doesn't remember any of it herself, only what her father told her afterward. Puck watches her, tense and attentive. One day, she says, they kidnapped her mother, threatening to kill her unless her father let them practice their pagan worship freely. A dark, winged shape looms behind the words, as though given monstrous form by the telling. Her father, she says, couldn't allow it without the king's permission, and so he refused their demands. Puck says nothing. The word escapes her, mother. And so, she says, they carried out their threat. They offered her mother up alive, she says, a sacrifice to their evil god. Puck's face crumples in shock. Derja's expression is hard, unreadable, the memory pressing close. He may have been harsh, she says, but only because it let him defend his kingdom against its enemies. He was trusted, loved by everyone. Father was a great ruler, she insists, even as a father. Puck settles near her, quiet, listening. Puck sits with his back to her, silent. A mirror reflects an old portrait, her father, her mother, and a much younger Derja together, a family that no longer exists. Derja's face crumples, tears falling as she admits it. He changed. The word catches in her throat, but father. Now, she says, it doesn't even matter to him anymore whether someone's a heretic or not. Like a man possessed, she says, he started hunting down heretics indiscriminately. It's almost, she admits, as if he enjoys hurting people. Derja stands in her nightgown, Puck close beside her, the word trailing off into silence, but Derja's voice catches, almost as if she says he isn't human anymore. Sometimes, she admits, she feels the thought trails off. Puck reaches for her, saying her name softly. She admits, through tears, that she's scared. Elsewhere, a procession of robed and armored figures moves through a corridor. Armored guards stand watch at the foot of a stairway. 2 guards trade uneasy jokes. Don't joke like that, one says. At this castle, it isn't even funny. The other shrugs it off. On a night like this, he says, they ought to just take off. A 3rd guard grumbles about the strange, heavy humidity in the air tonight. One of them notices something, hey, over there. The other asks, uncertain, what's wrong. A vast hall lined with statues and columns stretches out before them, Guts already moving through it, sword flashing. Guards raise their weapons, demanding to know who goes there. Tension mounts between them, blades flashing. Guts's face is revealed, a bandage wrapped tight over one eye, hard and unreadable. He fires his crossbow point-blank and simply walks past as they drop. More guards are thrown aside, weapons clattering, bodies falling. Guts climbs a stone staircase, favoring his wounds slightly. He keeps climbing, undeterred. He reaches the top and strides into a vast hall, rows of armored knights lined up on either side beneath banners bearing the castle's crest. Dahl tells him plainly they knew he'd be coming since they knew he was in league with Vargas. Rows of armored guards stand ready on the stairs behind him. More guards, close and grim-faced, wait for the order. Dahl warns him this is as far as he goes, surrender quietly, or be killed where he stands. Guts's face is hard and unreadable beneath the bandage. Guts tells him to move. Something in Dahl's expression flickers, startled. Guts tells him flatly, he's in the way, move. Dahl's composure cracks, sweat beading on his brow. He orders the archers to fire at will. He sneers that Guts must be a fool to think he can take on 50 troops alone. A wall of crossbowmen raises their weapons, ready to loose. The crossbowmen loose, a storm of bolts screaming down the hall toward him. The archers reload without pause. Guts stands unmoved, his giant sword planted in front of him, the bolts breaking against the flat of the blade. Dahl's face is a mask of disbelief at what he's seeing. One soldier's shock is plain, he's blocking all of it with his sword. Guts tears through the ranks regardless, blade flashing, bodies thrown aside. Dahl's face contorts in horror as more guards rush to intercept him. Dahl screams at his men, what are they waiting for? Attack. Guts presses on through the chaos, sword raised. The guards surge forward with a battle cry, spears leveled at him. He cuts through the charge without breaking stride. More guards fall to his blade, crying out as they go down. The melee closes in from every direction. Another falls, armor giving way beneath the strike. Dahl screams a name into the chaos, Jericho, Jericho. He shouts at the man to do something, anything, come on. A massive armored knight, far larger than the men around him, steps forward to shield Dahl with his huge shield. Dahl needles the huge knight. He always bragged about being stronger than Zondark, didn't he? Get him, show them his strength now. Guts's face is set, unmoved by the challenge. A boot lands hard as the fight begins between them. Jericho bears down on him with the full weight of his armor. Guts meets the attack head-on, refusing to give ground. Jericho lets out a strangled, disbelieving cry. More guards close in, around the two of them. Guts raises his massive sword overhead with both hands. A pair of narrowed eyes fixes on him. Jericho's face is set behind his helm, teeth gritted for the impact. The blade comes down. Guts's cloak whips past the guards as he closes the distance. Jericho's armor shatters under the blow, fragments exploding outward in every direction. Dahl's face is frozen in shock, sweat beading down his skin. Guts's back bears a fresh wound, the impact still ringing through him. The remaining guards cry out, pain, disbelief both. A weapon lies broken and abandoned amid the wreckage. Dahl screams after his fleeing men, where do they think they're going, fools? The guards break and scatter down the stairs, the formation collapsing into chaos. Dahl shouts after them to come back, he's warning them. More guards fall as Guts presses on regardless. Dahl cries out, startled. Guards now gone. Guts has a straight shot at Dahl. He steps directly towards him up the stairwell. Dahl's face shocked with horror. Guts's eye is narrow and intent, fixed on his target. He raises his massive sword overhead, Dahl standing small and still before him. A quiet voice offers an apology, I'm sorry. The other asks, puzzled, what for? Night settles over the castle walls, sparks and stray light scattering across the dark. Puck brightens, no problem, he says, he'll lend her his shoulder. Derja stands at the window, admitting she couldn't stop herself from crying. It's been so long since she's talked to anyone at all. She asks what it feels like to fly. Puck's face softens, he. She asks if he flies too, and asks gently if he has a name. He blinks, caught off guard by the question. He answers proudly, the name's Puck. Derja says it must be a bit easier than walking, though half of it, she guesses, is just up to the wind. Puck hovers, considering the question, normal, he guesses. She asks what it's like. The same as for birds or bugs, he tells her. She murmurs, turning the thought over. She wonders aloud if it's just an everyday thing for elves like him. Puck stays quiet, watching her. Puck drifts through the room, taking in the ornate furnishings around him. A framed portrait and a flower vase sit undisturbed on a mantel. A jester doll slumps beside a small pipe organ, long unplayed. Puck asks whether she really hasn't been out of this room all this time, for 7 years. Derja answers quietly that her father doesn't let her leave this room. He won't let anyone from the city, she says, or anyone even remotely connected to it, come near her. He believes heretics are still lurking out there even now. Standing at the window, Derja tells him this is her world. Everything outside it is just her little piece of sky. Her face is calm, resigned, older than it should be. Puck thinks to himself that those are sober eyes, not the eyes of a child. Something stirs beyond the glass, drawing both of them to the window. Derja peers out, asking what's happening. Out on the rooftops, guards scramble a burglar, an intruder in the inner compound. Puck's face lights up with shock as he realizes who it must be, Guts. He tells Derja the burglar they're shouting about is someone he knows. He tells her he has to go. Derja protests that he can't, it's far too dangerous out there. Puck insists he'll be fine, he's quick, and he's seen his share of battles. Derja cries out, refusing to let him go. Puck freezes midair, stunned by the force of it. She catches herself, hands flying to her mouth. She apologizes, ashamed of the outburst. Puck tells her it's only natural she'd worry about her friend. He adds, awkwardly, that Guts isn't exactly his friend. The words hang between them. Derja reaches up and unfastens the window. She opens it and tells him to go on. Puck says her name. She reminds him she told him she knew what it felt like to be locked in a cage, and admits it's because she is one. Puck has nothing to say to that. Derja manages a soft well, and Puck answers with an uncertain okay. He says goodbye and slips out through the open window. Derja stands alone at the window, watching him disappear into the night. The stars stretch out beyond the glass. She turns from the window. She walks slowly back across the empty room. Her bare feet cross the cold floor. Derja sits down, alone. A tapping at the window makes her turn sharply. Puck hovers outside, saying there's something he forgot to say. She hurries over, asking what. Hanging upside down at the glass, he tells her he'll be back to see her later. Her whole face opens, lit up with something she hasn't felt in years. And then, he adds, he'll take her out of here. Derja can only manage a stunned sound. Puck waves and darts away into the dark. He shrinks to a speck of light against the night. Derja stands alone in the vast, empty bedroom. She admits to herself that for so long now she'd given up even dreaming about it. To actually leave this room. She stands at the open window, the thought almost too large to hold, to go outside. Streaking through the night, Puck turns it over. Was it revenge that drove the Count? Revenge on the heretics who took the woman he loved? Is that why he sought out demonic power? He summoned the Godhand and made himself into a demon. Guts walks straight past Dahl without stopping, sword resting on his shoulder, Dahl reeling out of his path. Dahl stumbles and sprawls backward across the floor. Guts's face stays flat and cold as he keeps walking. Dahl claps a hand over his own mouth, eyes wide. He sits collapsed on the floor as Guts moves on without a backward glance. Guts strides forward beneath the vaulted arches, sword slung over one shoulder, cloak sweeping the floor behind him, bloodied, bandaged, and entirely unstoppable. Guts walks the length of a vast, pillared hall toward the distant throne where the Count waits. The Count greets him warmly, "Well done, Black Swordsman. Impressive that he made it this far." He tells him to come and test him, to see just how far human power will go. Guts' face is set beneath the bandage, unmoved by any of it. Guts brings the huge blade down off his shoulder, gripping it ready. Far back down the hole, Dahl staggers along in his wake. His boots grind against the floor as he plants himself. Dahl's eyes go wide with fresh panic. The Count settles back comfortably on his throne, unbothered. Guts crosses the last stretch of floor toward the throne, sword lowered. His face is hard, fixed on the thing waiting for him. His boots shift across the stone. He advances step by step. His remaining eye narrows. He hauls the sword up into a two-handed guard. Thick tentacles burst up through the flagstones around him, and he braces to meet them. His blade tears through the mass of writhing limbs. Guts grits his teeth against the effort, sweat and blood on his face. He drives the sword down again into the tangle of tentacles, severed flesh spraying across the stone. Something registers from the far end of the hole, an exclamation of surprise. The Count remarks, almost pleased, that it was nicely countered. Guts stands in a shower of shattered stone, blade still braced. More limbs sweep toward him through the wreckage. From the throne, the Count's body swells outward into a vast mass of glistening tentacles that fills the hole. He says he now grasped the full extent of Guts' skills. Guts stands in the wreckage below, sword ready, dwarfed by the thing in front of him. The Count muses that it seems he too. Guts' face tightens, sensing the shift. Must take this fight a little more seriously. Far outside, Puck hovers against the castle wall, sheepishly realizing he flew out without ever asking where the Count's quarters actually are. The castle wall explodes outward in a torrent of stone, catching Puck full in the blast. He's thrown backward, arms flailing, crying out. Rubble tumbles down through the dark around him. He comes to rest against the broken stone, dazed. He lies still for a moment in the wreckage. Dust drifts across the shattered stone. He pushes himself up and shouts Guts' name into the dark. Puck's hand presses flat against the rubble. He braces and pushes himself upright. He lies among the broken stones, catching his breath. He lifts his head, blinking through the dust. Something vast shifts in the dark in front of him, a wall of gray, wrinkled flesh sliding past, far larger than any wall. Puck's face contorts in absolute terror at the sheer scale of what he's looking at. Debris and shattered stone tumble through the air behind Puck as the massive, ribbed mass of flesh continues to surge forward. A thick, fleshy stalk rises, revealing a bulbous head with protruding eye stalks and a human-like face embedded in its side. The smooth, serene human face on the creature's side smiles in profile, framed by eye stalks and writhing tendrils. Below, a thick, ribbed foot oozes along the stone floor, leaving a glistening trail behind it. Guts stands firm on the stone floor, sword drawn and bandaged head set, facing down the enormous shadow of the creature as it towers over him. Guts grips his broadsword tight, jaw set hard, as a giant fanged mouth opens in the shadows with a fierce declaration to crush him. A massive maw filled with sharp, tightly packed teeth gapes wide, tendrils bristling around its jaw. The Count's transformed body fills the vast hole, a towering slug-like creature with fanged maws, eye stalks, and sprawling limbs, dwarfing Guts as he stands ready with his giant sword among the fallen stone pillars. High above, the Count's face smirks down from between two stalk-like eyes, teeth bared in a wide, eerie grin. Puck hovers near a stone column, face pale and wide-eyed with shock as the towering slug monster writhes before him. Dahl cowers against a pillar, hands raised and mouth open in a helpless scream as the creature looms over the hall. Guts stands with his back turned, cloak fluttering, as he faces the massive writhing mass rising before him. Guts swings his massive sword in a wide arc, severing a bundle of reaching tendrils in a flash of light. He pivots smoothly on his heel, blade poised and cloak whipping around him. The monster's head rears back, taunting Guts that he now understands the futility of his attack. Guts slashes through the tips of reaching claws, sending severed pieces flying. The severed tendrils twitch on the stone floor, continuing to squirm. The Count boasts that cutting off his limbs is useless, as his body only grows larger and stronger each time he is hacked apart. Guts leaps backward through midair above the shattering floor, blade ready, as a huge clawed limb smashes into the masonry behind him. The Count mocks that a simple sword cannot destroy him, his massive body swelling to fill the entire corridor. In her bedroom, Derja gasps as a sudden tremor shakes the castle. Dust and stone rain down from the ceiling as a heavy chandelier sways and furniture crashes to the floor, forcing Derja to shield herself. Cracks spread rapidly across the bedchamber walls, stone fragments showering around her. Derja cowers on the floor, hands covering her head as rubble falls around her bed. Derja sits up on the dust-covered floor, gasping as the shaking subsides. She turns toward the bedroom door, noticing it has been jarred partially open by the structural collapse. She crawls out from beneath a fallen wooden beam, staring in disbelief at the open exit. Derja stands slowly, eyes wide as she realizes the door to her 7-year captivity is finally unlatched. She steps toward the heavy wooden doors, staring into the dark hallway beyond. Derja pushes the door open slightly, peering timidly into the dark corridor outside. Her hand rests nervously on the door latch as she hesitates on the threshold. She glances down the empty hallway, heart pounding in the heavy silence. Her bare feet step out onto the cracked stone floor beyond her room. She pauses, biting her lip nervously as dust drifts down around her. She stands small in the doorway, staring out into the wide, ruinous corridor. Derja hesitates in the doorway, remembering Puck's promise to return and take her away. She clasps her hands to her chest, torn between waiting for him and stepping forward. She glances back into her bedroom one last time. Her expression hardens with sudden resolve, eyes fixed on the path ahead. Derja steps out through the tall arched doorway, her silhouette framed against the bright light streaming into the dark corridor. The Count's massive, fanged head lunges forward, jaws open wide to expose row upon row of jagged teeth. Guts dives desperately out of the way, eyes wide, as Puck flies beside him screaming a warning. Guts hits the floor and slides across the stone on his side, his cape flaring as a massive, thorny tentacle smashes into the ground right where he just was. The Count's giant slug body crashes through a stone pillar, bringing it down in a shower of debris as Guts slides backward to regain his footing. Guts takes cover behind a large stone pillar, resting his heavy sword against his shoulder. The Count's human face looks around the ruined hall, angrily demanding to know where Guts is hiding. The monstrous body slithers forward, mocking Guts's sudden retreat and asking if he's finally realized he has no chance of winning. Elsewhere in the hall, an old man in robes runs desperately toward a set of double doors, frantically asking what's going on. The old man stops, trembling in sheer disbelief at the nightmare unfolding around him. He casts a terrified glance over his shoulder. Guts stands silent in the shadows behind his pillar, listening closely to the monster's movements. The old man's face contorts in absolute terror as he lets out a sudden, piercing scream. The Count's human face smirks maliciously, its eye stalks locking onto a target. The massive body drags itself between the columns, continuing to call out for the Black Swordsman. A spiked, fleshy limb whips smoothly around the corner of a pillar. Puck presses his back flat against the stone, sweating and wide-eyed with fear. The Count's smirking face rises on the side of a massive tentacle rearing up right behind Guts's hiding spot. Guts stands unaware in the shadow of the column. Puck peeks out and screams for Guts to watch his back. The massive tentacle smashes completely through the stone pillar, obliterating Guts's cover in an explosion of rubble. Puck bites his nails in sheer panic as the dust billows. The Count's face chuckles darkly from the wreckage. We see the results of the Count's actions as Doll lays smashed from it on the ground, eyes now wide as he realizes his advisor is now dead. Puck flinches, horrified by what he sees. Guts dashes low beneath the creature's massive bulk, drawing his giant sword back for a heavy swing. He dashes forward, determined to land the killing blow. Guts swings his sword with all his might, carving a huge, horizontal gash across the Count's main body. Blood erupts from the wound as the monster roars. The Count's face smirks, bleeding from a deep cut across the forehead, but boasts that it's merely a surface wound. Guts grits his teeth, cursing the creature's resilience. Guts holds his ground, sword raised, as thorny tentacles whip fiercely through the air around him. Guts stands firm in the ruined hall. A volley of thick, spiked tentacles slams into Guts's back all at once, lifting him off his feet and knocking the giant sword from his grasp. The Count's face laughs maniacally amidst the flailing limbs. Guts's head snaps back, blood erupting from his mouth as the sheer force of the impact crushes him. A tight close-up of Guts's face, his eyes rolling back in shock and agony. Guts screams, his silhouette stark against the devastating impact. The force of the blow sends Guts hurtling through the air, crashing straight through another stone pillar. He hits the rubble hard, coughing up a spray of blood. Guts collapses into the debris, his mechanical arm pinned beneath him as Puck screams his name. Puck flies down toward Guts's motionless body among the broken stones. The old man's severed head lies discarded in a pool of blood nearby. Puck stares down at Guts, stunned into complete silence. The Count's face looks down at the fallen swordsman, casually calling him a rogue. The Count's slug body towers over the fallen Guts, praising his quick wits and acknowledging him as a first-rate warrior for setting a decoy to aim at his head. A close-up of the Count's face, bearing the deep scar from Guts's blade, stating that in the end, it was merely a human technique. Guts pushes himself up on his hands and knees, trembling and bleeding heavily. The Count's massive silhouette looms, declaring it irrational to think a mortal could defeat a being completely beyond human limits. A tight close-up of the Count's eye widening in sudden disbelief as he realizes survival with the brand is impossible. Puck flinches, surprised by the Count's sudden reaction. Guts's face is drawn tight in exhaustion as the Count points out the brand carved into his neck. The Count slithers closer through the ruined pillars, taunting Guts that his quest for revenge is hopeless, as a mere mortal can never win. Guts remains on his knees, head bowed, as the Count notes he can't even stand after taking a single strike. The Count's face smirks, telling him there is no need to continue his war of pain and fear, constantly hounded by demons. Guts slowly raises his head, one eye glaring intensely, and agrees in a low voice that it's a meaningless fight. A close-up of Guts's mechanical hand resting near a pouch on his belt, trembling with suppressed rage, as the Count advises him to put an end to it and offers to release him from his suffering. The Count's human face smirks in the shadows, declaring that he will dispatch his opponent once and for all, sending him back to his final resting place in hell. Guts leaps forward through a shower of broken stone, his face set in grim determination, as the Count proclaims this outcome was preordained the moment the brand was carved into his neck. Guts looks up, eyes wide and sweat beading on his face, as the Count's voice booms that divine providence cannot be thwarted by the efforts of a mere man. The Count's massive slug form towers over the ruined hall, telling Guts he can die proudly knowing he managed to land at least one blow. Puck hovers in the foreground, screaming for Guts to look out. Guts gasps, his eyes going wide with sudden shock as he looks upward. A massive, claw-tipped appendage slams violently down toward him. A thick, fleshy tentacle wraps securely around Guts's ankle. Guts grits his teeth and cries out as the grip tightens painfully. He is violently yanked off his feet, tumbling backward through the air while still desperately gripping his heavy sword. Puck throws his hands up and cries out in fright as Guts is thrown. Guts struggles on the floor, groaning as he clutches his sword, one eye squeezed shut against the pain. The thick tentacle drags Guts roughly across the stone floor by his leg, while the Count's human face watches with a sadistic smirk. The Count drags Guts forcefully across the ruined masonry, his massive slug body looming in the background. Guts is abruptly hoisted high into the air, dangling upside down by the tentacle wrapped around his leg. Suspended high above the towering monster, Guts hangs upside down, still stubbornly clutching his giant sword with both hands. The Count's human face looks upward, observing his dangling prey with satisfaction. A tight close-up of Guts as blood sprays from his mouth, a pained gasp escaping him from the violent jolt of being suspended. Guts is swung violently through the open air by his leg, gritting his teeth against the sheer momentum. Puck hovers nearby, screaming in distress. The Count holds Guts suspended in front of his massive slug body, noting with dark amusement that the swordsman still refuses to part with his weapon. A close-up of Guts hanging upside down, blood trailing down his face as he hangs limp and dazed. Guts is slammed brutally, back first, into a large stone pillar, the heavy masonry shattering outward upon the devastating impact. Puck clutches his face in sheer horror, screaming as he watches the crushing blow land. Guts falls limply backward through the air amidst a shower of debris, his body entirely slack as he drops toward the rubble below. A tight close-up of Guts plunging headfirst toward the ground, his mouth hanging open in a silent, pained gasp as blood trails from his face. The Count's true form fills the space above, a hulking mass of matted fur and knotted muscle, its long clawed arms hanging loose at its sides, its head lolling low on a stretched neck, jaws parted around a lolling tongue. Below it, sprawled across a heap of shattered stone, lies Guts, motionless, his greatsword fallen near his open hand. Off to the side, Puck recoils in bare horror, wings half-folded, hands raised as if to ward off what he's looking at. Amid the tangle of limbs and fur, the Count's ruined face curls into something like satisfaction. "It's over," he says, the fight already decided, as far as he's concerned. The Count's tongue-like limbs uncoil and stretch downward through smoke and firelight toward where Guts lies broken atop the wreckage. Puck's cry tears through the haze, Guts's name, thrown out like the last thing he has left to throw. Puck grabs at him and shakes him, shouting now, "Is this really how it's going to end? It can't be over, not after always being the one to put everyone else down, always so high and mighty. Wake up, you dummy, wake up." Then all at once it goes out of him. His shoulders drop, his eyes shut, and nothing is left but a small, broken sound. Savoring the words, "How fragile you are, you humans. No matter how hard you train, how far you hone yourselves, this is the ceiling of what a human body can become, pathetic and finite." Puck's face goes rigid with disbelief, then fury, and in the next instant he's on his feet, small against the towering horror above him, throwing a question back up at it. What did he just say? Puck plants himself on one of the Count's own limbs and lets the insult fly. "Look who's talking, braggart, baldy," and keeps going before the Count can even get a word in. Puck presses further, refusing to back down. The Count himself, he says, used to be one of those fragile humans he sneers at now. "It's true," Puck insists, voice cracking with the weight of what he's about to say. Derja told him how grief broke something in the Count 7 years ago after heretics took his wife's life. Something draws the Count's gaze and one long limb aside, even as the accusation is still landing. But revenge alone wouldn't have required this, Puck presses on. As a ruler, The Count already held the power to see the heretics punished. He didn't need to become a monster to do it. Fists clenched, Puck drives the accusation home that the Count sought this power specifically to take his revenge on the heretics who murdered her. The Count can only manage a stammered, wounded start of a reply. Puck lays it bare. The truth of it, he says, is that the Count built this shape to run from the pain lodged inside his own heart, to run from himself. He threw away his own humanity to do it, and calls it vengeance only because that's easier than facing what actually broke him. For a long moment, the Count says nothing. His face, for the first time, shows something closer to stillness than rage. Then a laugh breaks out of him, low, humorless, unsettling in how little anger is left in it. What a surprise, he says. Puck's triumph curdles instantly into unease. The Count keeps going, almost amused now. He'd always assumed elves had the wits of a bird or a squirrel, but this one he allows is unusually talkative. Puck straightens up anyway, arms crossed, refusing to let it rattle him. Someone observes, dryly, that it's a very human thing to do, covering up a wound that's clearly still raw. Puck fixates on the smaller insult rather than the larger one, muttering the word back to himself with a low growl, squirrel, as if that's the part that actually stung. The Count declares the outburst amusing enough to earn Puck his life, for now, and orders him out of his sight. Puck isn't finished either, and claps back at him, quick and sharp, still talking as if none of it has touched him. The Count only glares back, anger simmering plainly across what's left of his composure. Then something drops out of nowhere and lands squarely on Puck's head, knocking a startled yelp out of him. Something registers on the Count's face at the sight of it, recognition, though he doesn't say what yet. Something surprises them both at once, Puck grabbing at his own head, until they both realize what it is. Then Puck sees it, a smooth, egg-shaped stone half buried in the rubble, its surface pressed with the faint suggestion of a face, and he cries out its name, a behelit. The stone sits there in the wreckage, inert, a distorted face pressed into its surface, eyes still closed. The Count's mouth curls into something pleased. Puck has just saved him the trouble of hunting for it himself, he says, laughing low in his throat as one long limb uncoils toward the stone. Puck throws himself onto the behelit, straining against its weight, refusing to let it go. A clawed limb whips through the debris after him. Puck's face contorts with the effort of holding on, and for a moment, even the Count seems caught off guard by his stubbornness. If the Count thinks Puck is simply going to hand the stone over, Puck spits back, he's got another thing coming. Fool, the Count murmurs, unimpressed, as Puck bolts, the stone clutched tight against him. Puck tumbles through open air in a frantic, graceless scramble, crying out as he goes. The Count's voice booms after him, insect, thrown like a curse. But Puck only laughs, giddy with the one advantage he actually holds here. When it comes to making an escape, he calls back. He's the one with the edge, fat head, and darts on, delighted with himself. Puck reasons with himself mid-flight. Cocky now, that's right. If he stays airborne, the Count can't possibly reach him. And the Count answers that assumption with contempt, calling him a fool, a pathetic elf, and if he's so eager to die, so be it. Something catches Puck midair and sends him tumbling. The Count's massive form coils and shifts, one limb reaching toward something small and cornered in the wreckage. Derja out of nowhere appears, coming into the room, calling Puck's name across the ruined hall. The Count goes rigid at the sound of her voice. The last thing he wants is his daughter seeing him like this. Derja comes running into the wreckage, arms out, her face already open with fear at whatever she's about to find. Derja's eyes go wide. Somewhere above her, the Count's face contorts, and the beginning of a word catches in his throat. Then his full shape resolves in front of her, the tongue, the teeth, the ruin of what used to be her father, and Derja's scream tears out of her, raw and total. Puck's head snaps up at the sound of her name in his own mouth, Derja. Derja stands rooted, hands pressed to her chest, the scream still pouring out of her. Above her, the Count seems almost to falter, as if hearing his own daughter's name spoken about him breaks something loose, if only for a moment. Derja turns and runs from him instead, scared, putting distance between them as fast as she can. Her face is raw with terror as she keeps running, screaming, fists clenched at her sides, unable to stop either the fear or the need to get away. Derja is curled into a corner somewhere out of sight, arms wrapped around her knees, a small broken sound catching in her throat over and over. Then closer, her face, wet-eyed, hair falling across it as she presses a trembling hand to her head, unable to stop shaking. The Count's face fills the space above her hiding place, racked with something like shame, hating that she's seen him like this at all, and her name tears out of him, drawn long and ragged. Derja. Puck's voice cuts through the wreckage, fierce and certain, Derja's name thrown out like a promise. The Count rounds on him, blaming him for all of this, fury building with every word. The Count glares down at Puck like he means to destroy him. Puck's whole body goes rigid, a small helpless sound escaping him as he stares down whatever's coming. The Count turns on him fully now, meaning to kill him for what's happened. It's the Count's jaws he's frozen in front of gaping open, ragged and enormous, streaked with the marks of the fight. Puck hangs frozen in the air, arms locked stiff at his sides, sweat running down his face. His body won't move, he says it like a confession, like it's already too late to matter. His face crumples further. He's going to die, he says, the words dissolving into a wordless, rising cry. Then, from out of nowhere, a scatter of blades cuts through the air toward the Count. The knives find their mark, the Count's face, struck through cheek and jaw, his expression flooding with shock and fury at once. Puck can only stare, stunned, at the blades now lodged in the Count's face. The Count claws them free from his own flesh and hurls them to the ground, snarling out an accusation, the rest of it lost in a stammer of rage. His whole body coils and thrashes, the sound of it tearing through the hull. Below, Guts is pulling himself back up off the ground, one scarred hand closing around the hilt of his sword. Guts's face is a mask of pure fury, teeth bared, one eye narrowed on the Count with nothing in it but the want to kill him. He pulls himself the rest of the way up, the full weight of his body still aching from everything the Count threw him through, and stands. Puck spots him back on his feet, and something in him breaks loose at the sight, calling out his name. Then he's streaking toward him through the ruined hall, already furious, ready to call him exactly what he is, the word catching in his throat before he can finish it. Then it breaks loose as fury. Guts wasn't dying at all, Puck realizes. He was just lying there, letting everyone believe it. Jerk, Puck spits at him. He was just playing dead this whole time. Puck presses on, batted around as he says it, a great big stupid jerk, and nothing less. I really thought you were the goner, Puck tells him. What's the big idea, always acting so tough? Puck, still fuming even as it winds down, mutters something about Guts going off and dying himself, before trailing into silence. His face settles into something quieter, more focused, Puck close against his shoulder. Guts stands in front of the dark shape ahead of him, both hands closed around his sword, already committed. Above them, the Count's eye narrows, and a low observation slides out of him. Guts is still alive. Guts says nothing to that, he only stands there, glaring at the Count. Something makes him stop short, hand raised, and Puck startles beside him. Guts is already moving into a fighting stance when the warning comes, wait, don't be so rash, you'll die. And Puck's face, close, is pleading with him to listen. Guts answers with nothing but a fierce, close-mouthed grin, teeth bared, entirely unmoved. Puck's face goes slack with shock at the sight of it. He smiled. Puck can barely believe what he just saw. Then Guts is already moving, dragging his own battered body across the wreckage toward the Count, meaning to kill him. If the Count wants to stop him, Guts says, he's going to have to crush his skull or put a blade through his heart. Nothing less will do it. A couple of broken bones wouldn't even be enough to slow him down, he says, unimpressed. Guts's prosthetic hand closes into a fist, its plates locking with a mechanical click. Just like him, he mutters, a slug. Guts stands in front of the Count now, closing the last of the distance between them. The Count's face fills the frame, mouth stretched around a scream of pure defiance. No mercy for him, he roars, no mercy at all. The impact tears through stone and flesh alike, debris scattering in every direction. Puck screams for Guts to get out of the way, to get clear of the Count. Below, Guts sees the fist coming and knows there's no dodging it now. His face sets, ready to take the hit. Puck's face goes slack with shock at what he's watching. Guts is flung backward through the air, his sword torn loose from his grip. Guts's face is a mask of strain, sweat streaking down as he throws himself into another strike, his blade catching against something with a grinding shudder. Puck takes in exactly what's happened. Then Guts is knocked flat, and the Count is already closing back in to finish him. Puck curls in on himself, hands pressed over his face. He's going to die, Puck says, the words closer to a plea than a fact. Guts's face turns upward, pained, drained of strength. He's slumped against the wreckage now, barely holding himself upright. The Count's mouth stretches wide above them, teeth bared, closing in for what looks like the final blow. Guts grabs Therja the instant she's close enough, hauling her in front of him as a shield against the Count. The Count's face contorts as he realizes exactly what Guts is doing with her. Guts holds her out in front of him, positioning her exactly where the Count's strike would have to go through her to reach him. Puck's face changes as it dawns on him exactly what Guts means to do with her. Guts holds her tight against him, weapon raised. Above them, the Count's rage boils over. Bastard, he spits at him. Therja's scream finally breaks loose, part of it for what Guts has just done to her, but most of it still from simply having to look at her father. Guts's teeth bared in a savage grin, the barrel of his cannon arm already leveled and ready. Taking Therja in front of him buys Guts just a second, enough to hold the Count off. He uses it to stand, readying the cannon built into his mechanical arm, and fires it point-blank into the Count's face. Somewhere close by, a massive clawed hand punches clean through solid stone in the same instant, reflex or agony. It's hard to say which. Guts's own face stays locked in the same hard, unmoved resolve throughout. Nearby, Puck and Therja can only watch, their faces caught somewhere between horror and disbelief. The recoil of the shot has knocked Guts back too. He takes a moment to regroup himself, shaking it off. Then he's up again, already moving for his sword, meaning to land the final blow. Guts realizes his fingers are broken. He can't get a grip on his sword the normal way. He stands in front of the Count, who's still writhing in pain from the shot. It dawns on him what he'll have to do instead, hold the blade in his mouth. He plants himself with the hilt clenched between his teeth, the blade resting along his mechanical arm, every line of him coiled for a single motion. The strike lands in one violent arc, sword gripped in his teeth and his mechanical hand together. Guts drives the blade through in a single sweep. The Count's whole body convulses around a scream that fills the hall. What's left of the Count's head hangs apart from the rest of him now, eyes still wide, mouth still open, some flicker of awareness clearly still moving behind them. Puck and Therja both recoil, faces flooding with shock. Guts collapses to the ground after the effort of the blow, spent. The Count's massive body falls hard against the ground, blood spattering across the wreckage. Guts falls too, spent and broken, as the wreckage settles into fire and smoke around them both. Something draws Puck's attention, some tangled, thorned mass nearby. Therja sits curled against a column, scared to death, not knowing what to do with herself. Puck doesn't know where to go first, whether to comfort Therja or go to Guts, who's starting to pull himself up. Guts is getting up, bracing himself against a stone column. Something clicks into place for Puck as he watches him go, Guts had been counting on exactly this the whole time, that with Derja in his grip, the Count wouldn't dare attack him for fear of hitting her too. The Count's ruined face contorts with fury, a wordless roar tearing loose from what's left of him. It resolves into words, "Damn you," he spits, and then again, "Damn you." Guts answers by driving a dagger into his face, again and again. The Count screams, tearing through the wreckage with every strike. It's happening right in front of Derja and Puck now, neither of them able to look away. Guts tells him flatly what he means to do, show him the limit of what it is to be human. "We're fragile, all right," Guts says, the words fueled by nothing but a pure hatred for what the Count is, for every demon like him. It's Guts's torture of the Count that neither of them can watch without begging for it to end. Derja unraveling more with every second of it, losing her mind at the sight in front of her. Derja sobs, denying it over and over, "No, no," until her voice breaks apart entirely into a raw, wordless scream, calling Puck's name into the chaos. Puck cries out for it to stop. Puck finally forces himself between Guts and whatever he's doing, shouting that the little girl, Derja, is completely innocent in all of this, that this isn't something she should have to see. Guts's answer is to bring the blade of the dagger right up against Puck's throat. "Shut up." If Puck gets in his way, he says, he'll kill him. Puck stays frozen, the dagger still resting against his throat. Something occurs to Guts, a way to really make the Count suffer for it. He turns to the Count and tells him exactly what's coming, that his daughter is going to get a good, long look at what her father has really become. "Please," the Count begs him, "stop." Guts's voice rises into something like triumph, ugly and furious at once. "Take a good, hard look," he tells her, "at a body that doesn't die. This is what an apostle's body is. This is the price of it." Then he starts stabbing at the Count's head, frantic now, while Puck and Derja can only watch. He keeps going, giving no sign of stopping. The Count really doesn't die, does he? Really is something more than human, Guts says, mocking him with every word, driving the point home again and again. A close, brutal shot of the Count's face, blood spattering with every fresh stab wound. Derja can only cry, a small broken sound escaping her. Puck's voice cuts through the chaos, disbelieving, "Why go that far?" Puck startles, and Derja curls in on herself, teeth chattering, terror written plainly across her. Puck tries to comfort her through it, saying her name quietly, unable to do much more than that. The violence continues, wreckage and motion filling the space, Guts's face locked in grim concentration. His footing goes out from under him, the ground slick with the Count's blood, and he goes down hard. For a moment, he just lies there, resting. Then the laughter starts, low and broken at first, but building out of him from somewhere he can't seem to stop. Guts's laughter builds, rising more and more in the aftermath. Guts sits up out of the ruin of it, laughing outright now, the sound raw and unplaceable, not triumph, but him sinking deeper into madness. The Count murmurs a single word. Then more, the same plea repeating itself, "I don't want to die." The behelit sits there on the ground, covered now in the Count's blood, its features beginning to shift. The Count's plea rises to something closer to a scream, "I don't want to die." Puck's face goes rigid with alarm. Guts turns toward the behelit as it starts to make a sound. The stone face fills the frame now, fully rearranged, blood pouring from its eyes, its features now fully open. The behelit, Guts screams. The behelit lets out a blood-curdling scream. The hall around them dissolves into something else entirely, flight after flight of stairs at angles that shouldn't hold together, stacked into an impossible architecture with no clear floor or sky. Guts's face is streaked with sweat and blood, confusion breaking through the hard focus he's held until now, and underneath it, something closer to terror, because he knows exactly where this is. Derja sits with an utterly lost look on her face. Puck hovers nearby, just as disoriented. Below them, the impassable stairs stretch on and on, tiny figures barely visible somewhere far down in it, a cry of alarm echoing up through the space. Derja and Puck are both caught mid-tumble, weightless, Derja crying out, "What's going on here?" "Another dimension," Guts says, disbelief plain in his voice. The Count's eye snaps open. "They're coming," he says, "the great ones are coming." Something descends through the strange architecture, cutting a path down through flight after flight of stairs. Guts grunts with the effort of holding his footing against it. Puck cries his name out in alarm, flying down toward him. The brand at his neck bursts open, blood welling from it as the pain drops him to the ground, the demons closing in. Guts tumbles through the stairs, thrown off balance by the strangeness of the place. Something else moves through the architecture nearby, half glimpsed. Guts lies on the ground in pain as the Godhand moves closer to all of them. High above them, at the top of the endless stairs, the Great Ones themselves come into view, one draped in armor and a long cloak, its face fixed behind something like a mask or a beak. Beside it, another figure crowned in some jagged, thorned headdress, and a third, robed and long-haired, watching with the others. All of them look down on the four still caught in the stairway below. Along the timbered streets below the castle, laborers and townsfolk pause mid-task, drawn upward by something none of them can yet explain. Further out, a crowd gathers along the old stone wall, packed shoulder to shoulder. All of them turn the same direction, transfixed. Among them, an old man's face goes slack with disbelief. A boy stares up wide-eyed beside him, and behind them, a woman's mouth falls open around a word that never comes. Above the rooftops, the sky itself tears open, the Behelit's power splitting the world apart to answer the Count's desperate wish, dragging everything toward whatever waits on the other side. A vast, unnatural whirlwind churns downward out of nowhere, swallowing the distant castle whole, and every soul in the streets below can only watch as it happens, powerless to look away. High above a stairway that seems to fold back on itself at impossible angles, Derja sits small and alone on the ground, frozen with fear, Puck hovering near her. Nearby stand two more of the Godhand, one bald, a massive exposed brain visible beneath a fractured crown of bone, utterly motionless, the other wrapped head to foot in a caped, feathered garment, wings folded against his back, watching without a word. Below them, Guts lies on the ground, still and hurt, his sword already lost somewhere beside him. Close by floats the smallest of the Godhand, glasses fused strangely into his face, fin-like tendrils trailing beneath him, mouth fixed in a permanent grin. Two more caped figures descend the endless stairs together, a woman with pale hair falling in ropes past her shoulders, and beside her, another figure, masked and silent. Nearest to the girl stands a robed woman, her pale hair falling in ropes past her shoulders, her expression something between hunger and amusement. Beside her, a figure sheathed head to foot in smooth, faceless armor stands motionless, a single eye slit the only break in the metal. Above them both, twisted along the stairway's edge, a caped shape closes a clawed hand shut, thorned ornamentation ringing its hood, and beside it another form, bald, brain-swollen, bristling with petal-like blades around its fetal skull. Nearby, the smallest of them floats close to the stone, fin-like tendrils trailing beneath him, fused glasses catching the light, mouth fixed in its permanent grin, the entire Godhand gathered together in one place. Derja sits bolt upright, staring up the stairway in open terror, and beside her Puck cries out wordlessly, unable to process what he's seeing. Is that really the Godhand? Puck asks himself, more question than statement, his voice barely above a whisper. Far below, dwarfed by the endless staircase, Guts stands at its foot and looks up at the armored figure waiting motionless at the very top. His jaw clenches until blood wells between his teeth. His whole face twists, straining against something no one else can see. And then it tears out of him, a name torn loose like a wound reopening, Griffith. Griffith stands at the top of the stairway exactly as Guts remembers him, and exactly as he shouldn't, cloaked now in something that was never his, framed by architecture that answers to no natural law, looking down without the faintest trace of surprise. Guts' whole body convulses around the name, arms and legs wrenched at odd angles as the scream tears out of him. Griffith only watches, something like recognition flickering behind an expression that never fully commits to one. Beside Derja, something lies twisted and still, and she flinches back from it, unable to look away. Puck hovers there, turning the name over like it means nothing to him. Griffith, he repeats. Who is Griffith? Above them all, the armored figure says nothing at all, only watches. Guts flinches, caught off guard by something unseen. Still squirming around in that pitiful existence of yours, I see, Griffith says, almost fond in his contempt. Still. Guts' face twists in surprise. He hadn't expected Griffith to say anything to him at all. He drags himself forward, crawling toward the stairs with everything he has left. But his body is too broken to stand, let alone climb. Griffith doesn't care enough to wait and see him try. His attention has already moved on, turning instead toward the Count. Behind them all, the Count's mutilated head sits alone on the ground, already forgot. High above, the entire Godhand looks down together at the Count's ruined head, silent and unmoved. Guts lies where he's fallen, and understanding cuts through even the pain. The Godhand didn't come for him. They came because of the Count. You who have been ordained by the laws of fate, a voice intones, patient and without weight, as though speaking to someone already beneath consideration. And brought us here, the creature finishes, its exposed brain pulsing beneath torn, membranous wings. Your desperate desire for life has cleaved open space itself. Puck and Derja can only watch, frozen, as it all unfolds in front of them. Guts' anger builds behind his eyes as he watches, teeth bared, caught somewhere between fury and desperation. Archangel Void, the Count cries out, the name torn from him like a confirmation of the very worst possibility. Avenge me upon him, please, the Count begs, sprawled and small before something too large to fully take in. Grant me my wish, take that man's life. It's not based on any personal hatred for that man, the voice answers, unmoved. Your desire, which has cleaved open space itself, is nothing more than an over-attachment to life and a fear of death. We can't do that, comes the flat refusal. Why not? The Count demands, disbelieving. But that man, he's the one they call the Black Swordsman, the one who's destroyed so many apostles of the Godhand. You should consider him a hated enemy. We have come hither to grant you your deepest desire, the voice replies, unmoved by the argument. You, who have been ordained by the laws of fate. Enemy, one of them repeats, as though the word itself is unfamiliar. Something laughs low in its throat, a wet, private amusement at nobody's expense but its own. Guts flinches at what he's hearing, unable to do anything but listen. A few worthless servants killed is inconsequential to us, the voice continues, and Guts' jaw sets harder at hearing every apostle he's cut down reduced to nothing. Black Swordsman, you say, Griffith murmurs, turning the title over for the first time like it's only just become interesting. His petty existence is beneath our notice, Griffith says, and something in the flatness of it cuts deeper than the words themselves. Guts' face hardens around that, something old and unbending rising up behind his eyes. Guts' feet plant firm against the stone, bracing to push himself upright. Puck watches, helpless, unable to look away. His bandaged hand tightens around the hilt. Somewhere in his grip, something tears further open, blood welling free. Guts hauls himself to his feet, screaming, sheer hatred the only thing holding him upright, while Griffith watches on, one eye visible, waiting. Griffith turns his head slightly, watching Guts without expression. Puck can only breathe his name, over and over, willing him to stop. Magnificent, something murmurs, delighted in a way that has nothing to do with mercy. Fascinating, another adds, almost admiring. He can still stand, with everything already broken in him. Such impressive willpower, the robed woman says, tracing her claws along her own collarbone, and fighting spirit. How long will he last? One of them wonders aloud. And yet, who, after all, is responsible for marking him with that brand in the first place? Toward the Godhand that raised him up, toward Femto in particular, extreme hatred, comes the answer, almost approving of it. Guts drags himself toward the staircase, sword in hand, refusing to stop. His broken hand grips the sword anyway, refusing to let go. My petty existence, Griffith echoes, something almost curious in it now. Don't make me laugh, Guts snarls back, refusing to let the mockery stand unanswered. You're standing where you are right now because of this petty existence, he spits, dragging himself another step closer. Thanks to me, he shouts up at him, who's fighting an army of the dead because of you. Thanks to me, who's writhing around in my own blood. You stand there putting on airs like you're some kind of godly being. Griffith, Guts roars, the name a challenge as much as a curse. Yes, Griffith answers simply, you're nothing but a squirming, sacrificial offering. Guts flinches at that, something in it landing harder than any blow so far. High above, Griffith remains fixed in place while Guts continues his climb, and Puck can only watch, torn between them. What happened between those two, Puck wonders, unable to make sense of the history unfolding in front of him. Guts keeps coming, undeterred by however many stairs still separate them. Griffith watches him do it, unreadable. Guts's face is set hard, nothing in it giving an inch. Something wet gives way somewhere in him. The Black Swordsman's foot plants hard against the stone, shaking, barely enough to keep him upright. Guts screams and drives himself up and forward, sword raised, throwing everything he has left into the motion. His face contorts, crying out as the brand's pain tears through him. Puck cries his name in warning, unable to do anything else. Fool, Griffith says, almost gently. Don't you know that your brand responds to demon kind and causes you pain? Puck can only watch, helpless, as it unfolds. For lesser demons, you might feel little more than a needle prick. The explanation continues, but the greater the demon, the greater the response, increasing your pain without end. Guts' scream tears loose, raw and total. And if that demon is too great, the pain might even kill you, Griffith finishes, and Guts' body gives out beneath him, tumbling back down the steps he's fought so hard to climb. Guts' eye rolls back from the pain. That's as far as you go, Griffith says quietly, and doesn't move to follow. Guts, Theresia cries out, and beside her Puck echoes it, both of them watching in horror. He's finished, Void observes, without any particular weight behind it. Its skull curves down into that vast, exposed brain, patient and untroubled by any of it. Griffith looks on from above, giving nothing away. Griffith's eye stays fixed on Guts, unblinking. Guts' whole body strains, refusing to go down. Guts screams and swings his sword at Griffith, with everything he has left, fury overtaking whatever's left of restraint. Oh, one of them murmurs, mild interest flickering somewhere behind the question. Griffith's expression doesn't shift. Only his eye tracks the motion, unblinking. Something unseen pushes Guts back. Griffith hasn't laid a hand on him and doesn't need to. And then he's airborne, thrown clear across the open space between them, Griffith watching from his perch without so much as flinching. Guts' eye snaps wide from the force of the impact as he falls through open space, arms flung wide, the wind tearing at him the whole way down. Guts slams full force into the wall, the impact shuddering through his whole body. Puck's whole face crumples with the horror of watching it happen. Guts falls, hitting the ground hard. He lands in a heap, the impact driving what little breath he has left out of him. What tremendous fighting spirit, one of them remarks, watching Guts move at all through everything he's carrying. The fact that he could even swing his sword amidst all that pain. I'm sure he's hardly even aware of it, the robed woman finishes, something almost tender in her contempt. Puck cries out again, unable to do anything but watch. Incredible, the smallest of them crows, delighted, tendrils twitching, the fused glasses catching what little light there is. And don't forget his body is already covered in wounds from his fight with the Count. It continues, but he hasn't been ordained by the laws of fate, so he can't be counted among us. If that boy became one of ours, though, I'd love it. He's finished, besides, comes the flat addendum, and Guts lies where he's fallen, unmoving. Griffith says nothing for a long moment. Enough of the sideshow, Void says, and whatever weight the moment had carried collapses under the flatness of it. It seems I have unintentionally granted your wish, Count, Void adds, almost as an afterthought. The Count startles at being addressed at all. I'm so grateful, he manages, before something else entirely cuts him off. Ah. It is time, Void declares, filling the whole of the space with the weight of it, to perform the invocation of doom. Derja and Puck kneel together, small and stunned, unable to look away. Count something cries out, the word landing like an accusation. A sacrifice, comes the demand, blunt and absolute. F for that, the Count stammers, you can use, the Black Swordsman. What's more, the robed woman adds, the boy is merely your enemy. That man has already been marked for sacrifice, another explains, but why, the Count stammers. Not good enough, Count, comes the blunt refusal. By making such a sacrifice to demonkind, they explain, you'll be able to sever any last remnants of your own humanity. It must be someone important to you, part of your soul, someone so close to you that giving them up is almost like giving up a part of yourself. As an offering for the invocation of doom, not just any lump of flesh and blood will do. A fissure in your heart will open, they tell him, into which evil will surge. Derja kneels alone in a column of pale light, small against the vastness around her, unaware yet of what's being decided. Oh no, Puck breathes, already understanding before anyone says it aloud, giving up part of yourself. Then who, the Count starts, before the question dies in his throat. Griffith raises a hand and points, unhurried, toward the answer none of them wanted. Derja gasps, alone on the rooftop, still not understanding why every eye in this place has turned toward her. The Godhand watch on, unmoved. Puck can only stare, robbed of words. The Count's face contorts with something between horror and desperation. Comes the summons, patient and absolute, cut your love asunder. Nu, she screams, understanding at last, and somewhere behind her, a smaller voice echoes it. Wait, please, Derja begs from where she kneels, small and alone against the vastness around her. If it were anyone else, any other person, the Count protests, but my daughter, Derja. Just do what you did last time, one of them taunts, don't be so upset. Something in the Count breaks open at that, raw and wordless. That's right, another confirms, almost bored. Any other person would be meaningless, Count. Last time, Puck repeats, turning the phrase over uneasy. That's not true, Derja insists, shaking her head. She kneels there alone, trembling, refusing to hear it. My goodness, one of them coos, the little lady doesn't know what her father has done. Here's what happened, it says, and the memory begins to unfold, whether anyone wants it to or not. Not to my daughter, the Count begs, stop please. Just open time and space for a little look-see, the creature announces, and the fabric of the place tears open around a face none of them have seen before. This was the Count 7 years ago, it adds, a bit more trim, I might add. What's, Derja asks, uncertain. Guts can only stare, caught off guard by what's being shown. Derja watches, in silence. It's you and your mother, the vision explains, behold. Mother, she breathes, tears already falling. A family, the very picture of happiness, the narration continues, cruel in its warmth. A noble man and his beautiful, virtuous wife. Guts watches Derja from a distance, saying nothing. His jaw sets, bracing for whatever this is building toward. The Count begs, but nothing about the vision slows. As it would seem, the voice continues regardless, unbothered. Guts's face hardens further grim. Hence, he was often away from the castle. At the time, the land was overrun by pagans, and in an attempt to destroy the heretics, the Count hunted them down throughout his kingdom. But one day, the Count rushed back to the arms of his beloved wife and daughter in order to soothe his soul, exhausted from a long, harsh heretic-hunting campaign. The Count pleads again, unable to stop what's already unfolding. And that's when it happened. Whatever he found on the other side of that door tears a sound out of him that has no words in it at all. Beneath a towering idol carved with the head of a goat, bodies move together in a writhing mass below, a pagan rite in full, blasphemous swing. Derja flinches at the sight of it, even second-hand. Puck's face goes slack with disbelief. It was an uncanny sight, a strange stench, a wave of heat, bodies pressed together in the dark beneath the towering statue of a grotesque goat-headed god. And entwined around that idol, unmistakable despite everything, was the one woman he loved above all others, his wife, lost completely to whatever this place had done to her. "It can't be true," she cries, refusing to accept it. "That's not true," she repeats, quieter now, less certain. Derja, something calls out, her name twisted into something almost mocking. She lies there, devastated, silent. Puck cries, throwing himself toward her, unable to just watch anymore. The Count's face crashes into view within the vision, contorted past recognition with fury, the exact moment of finding his wife, wings of rage tearing open around him. The Count went into a blind rage. When he came out of it, not a single person was moving, only heaps of flesh and blood lay scattered about where the ritual had been. Nothing in that room was left untouched by what he'd done. The blade goes up over her, poised. Derja breathes, present and past bleeding together in her horror. His wife kneels before him, alone among the dead, waiting for whatever comes next. He stands over her exactly as he stood over all the others, and doesn't move. Something in him screams to finish it, and something else won't let him. Puck can only watch, stricken. His face is a ruin of fury and refusal, caught exactly between the two. His wife reaches for him, arms outstretched, silent. Close on her face, as her eyes drop to the sword still in his hand. The blade comes down beside her instead, not through her. The Count's face crumples, tears falling, caught between what he can do and what he can't. Derja can only watch, shaking. "That's right," one of them says, watching him relive it. "You couldn't do it. You couldn't cut away half of yourself. It drove you to the depths of despair," another adds, "and seeing the triumphant, knowing smile of your betrayer was part of the wheel of fate. However, your despair itself. To escape that despair, you decided to end your own life." Void continues the account, unhurried. "The wailing of your soul, which could never be eased by the gods of this world, opened up a portal to another dimension." He stands among the dead one last time, blade turned inward, ready to finish what despair started. "It makes no difference. Whatever you are, save me from my suffering. Do that, and I'll give you anything. Are you gods or messengers from hell? And you said that you would make me into a supernatural being who would never know sorrow or despair. And you promised me. For a single phrase. In exchange for just one phrase, he agreed. The bargain takes hold, and the Count is remade, no longer the man who stood over her moments ago. What happens next is his own doing. The woman he couldn't bring himself to kill is finally taken from him entirely, consumed by the very thing he's just become. Derja's face twists, furious and grief-stricken all at once. Guts watches, jaw set. Puck's whole body goes rigid. "So that you could bury your fragile human heart," the voice continues. "The life you couldn't take by your own hand, the life of the person you loved most and hated most, you gave it to us. Yes, indeed, you said it. I offer this woman for sacrifice, so that you could transcend your very humanity. And now the same hand reaches for her. A mark of light bursts open against her chest, the same brand, awake and burning. We shall grant you your burning desire, comes the declaration, and Griffith stands untouched at the center of all of it, unmoved. "Ara," she gasps, and then the pain finds her fully. "Ugh." "Hey, bug," Guts rasps, forcing himself back toward consciousness. "All I need is my right arm," he grits out. "Make it so I can use it." "Thereja," Puck cries, already moving, torn between the two of them. "Do it now," Guts demands. "Hurry up." The brand is already burning, and whatever's coming for her has already begun. Somewhere below, broken and refusing to stay down, someone is dragging himself back to his feet one more time, because this time, watching isn't an option. A hillside battlefield lay buried beneath its own dead, spears and shattered banners jutting up out of the wreckage of armor and flesh. Somewhere in the carnage, a voice called out, asking if anyone down there was still breathing. From somewhere just as broken, another voice answered back, "Yeah, more or less." A lone silhouette climbed up onto the mountain of corpses against a dying sky, marveling aloud that whoever had crawled out of that had the luck of the devil in them. The only reply was silence. Griffith's face filled the frame, hair loose across one eye, and he reached his hand down toward whoever lay buried beneath it, offering nothing more than a single word. Buried under the dead, a young mercenary stirred, blood and dirt crusted across a face already scarred, and looked up at what was being offered to him without a word. Griffith's voice carried out over the ruined field. On a battlefield, he observed, a common soldier's life isn't worth so much as a single coin. Martyrdom offered up to a merciless god, nothing more. What a waste. Even a king, Griffith went on, standing over a row of makeshift grave markers with Guts seated nearby, his sword driven upright into the earth like one more headstone among the rest. Even a king can't live entirely as he pleases. And so, it seemed, we all disappear in the end, our lives spent, never even knowing who we really were. Wind tore across the hillside as Griffith walked off against a gray sky. Fate, he called it, or whatever name anyone wanted to give it. All of us, he said, are simply at the mercy of a great tide. Guts sat on a rock, sword planted before him, saying nothing. In life, Griffith's voice went on, unrelated to one's social standing or class as determined by man. There are some people who, by their very nature, are simply built to move the world forward. They are the true elite, he said, standing with his back to the hill of markers, dictated not by birth or title, but by some deeper, golden rule of the universe. Griffith's face filled with a kind of restless hunger. Who am I, he wondered aloud. What am I capable of? What am I destined for? What is my place in this world? That's what I want to know more than anything. It's funny, he added, quieter. Guts only watched him, silent, his brow drawn tight. At that time, he shone before me as something beautiful, noble, and larger than life. You're the first person I've ever spoken to like this, Griffith admitted. And behind his face, for just a moment, something else surfaced, the ghost of a bird-like mask, hollow-eyed, the shape of what he would one day become, layered over his features like a shadow that had always been waiting there. A low, rolling sound built somewhere in the vastness, like something enormous shifting its weight. The Godhand stood together across the stairs and landings, watching in silence, voids exposed, segmented head unmistakable among them, the robed woman close beside him, and the caped, masked figure nearer the center. At the center of it all, small and dwarfed beneath their gathered attention, Thereja awaited her sentence. Thereja hung suspended above the endless stairway, arms flung wide, caught in a current of pure fear as the diamond mark of the brand blazed to life beneath her, and a scream tore loose from her that had no words in it at all. Void demanded to know whether the girl was offered as a sacrifice to demonkind or not. Come now, speak it, he would not be put off any longer. The Count's own disfigured face loomed at the edge of the scene, mouth open, terrified, jaw working around some answer not yet given. Above the jaw, the exposed folds of his brain pulsed beneath a crown of jagged bone, patient, monstrous, waiting on his decision. The woman with pale hair falling in ropes loomed close, wings and claws folded beside her, watching. Griffith stood apart on the stairway, distant and still, eyes fixed on the Count. "There's Puck," cried out, the name tearing loose from him. Guts, unable to move, shouted up at Puck, "What are you waiting for? Get over here now." He warned Puck that, if he didn't move, Thereja was going to get branded. Puck flinched back, wide-eyed, caught off guard by what he was hearing. "If you don't want that to happen," Guts snarled, "hurry up and heal my arm." Puck immediately moved to help him, working to seal the wound as best he could. Griffith's caped, helmeted shape turned slightly unbothered. "Beneath your notice," Guts said, biting the words off. "This petty existence beneath your notice." Thereja sat alone on a ledge, her back to everything, the brand's faint diamond glow hovering close behind her, as a voice demanded to know why the Count was still hesitating. The Count said her name, Thereja, quietly, scared, unable to bring himself to a decision. Another voice warned that if this continued, before long, her life would simply snuff out. The warning pressed on, she already belonged to them, even in death. There would be no resting in peace in the afterworld. Griffith swept an arm outward, pointing into the depths of the impossible architecture. "Behold, Count," he said, filling the space with the weight of it. The Count and Thereja heard the start of a horrible noise building far below them. Thereja sat upright, startled, the brand's mark steady behind her. Guts lay motionless on the ground nearby. He suddenly burst into pain as the brand flared, and Puck kept working, trying to help him through it. Guts screamed in pain, while Puck fought to hold him together. The wave of pain and emotion hit Puck all at once, stopping him cold. Puck finally saw it, the vast swirl of trapped souls rising from below, enormous beyond anything he had words for, as if all the evil in the world had been gathered into one churning place. The mass churned on, an ocean of trapped souls without end. The impossible architecture opened onto a roiling whirlpool vast enough to swallow the world, as the Godhand stared at the scene. Guts stared, frozen, unable to process what he was seeing. The Count's voice tore loose. "That couldn't be right," he stammered. "It couldn't be." Griffith's full figure stood revealed against the impossible cyclone, cloak catching the light. "This is," he said, letting the word land by itself, "hell. It's only a small portion, of course." Guts lay on the ground, witnessing all of it, unable to move. "Count," Griffith called across the vastness, "the vibrations of your soul are drawing you ever closer to demonkind. When your body of flesh finally gives out, your spirit will be swept away on a wave of demonkind, straight to hell." His cloaked back and helmeted head filled the frame. "And you shall wander," he said, "within that dark swirl of souls for all eternity. Before long," the warning continued, "you won't even be able to preserve any final remnant of your individual self. Like a drop of water, you'll simply dissolve, becoming nothing more than another swell in an ocean of dark souls." The robed woman turned her face close, something almost hungry in her expression. "That's the fate," she said, "of those who get caught up with demonkind." Guts took in the full weight of it. If he died here, there was nowhere left to go but into that. Puck flinched, the words catching in his throat. "Caught up with demonkind," he repeated. He turned, wide-eyed, toward Guts. Guts, Puck breathed, his face going slack with dawning horror. "Does that mean?" Guts's face filled with something colder than fear, fury. "Count." Griffith's voice cut across the churning dark, sharp and certain. Only two paths remained open to the Count now, the voice went on, patient and merciless. He could be reborn, living on among demonkind, continuing his existence there. Or he could have that existence absorbed entirely, and revert to nothingness. I offer you my daughter for sacrifice. That's all you have to say, a voice pressed, just one single phrase. And then your daughter will be branded, it continued. The demon woman finished the thought, almost gently. The child will then belong to demon kind. Derja's face jolted, the understanding landing all at once. Small and alone, she sat at the edge of the impossible stairway, dwarfed by everything around her. Her face twisted, grief or pain or both at once, breaking into a raw, wordless cry. Speak it, the void demanded again, sharper now, unwilling to wait. One phrase, the demand echoed back, and Derja sat crying, unable to give it. She hung suspended above it all, small against the vastness. Just one single phrase, the voice repeated once more. Was this how it ended for him? The Count wondered, to die as nothing but some carved-up monster, wretched and horrible, so cold, all his blood running out of his body. For all eternity, he wondered, only to be pulled into that vortex forever. No, he thought. No, the Count saying louder. Within a vast, cracked eye, Derja's small shape flickered, and something desperate answered back, I don't want to die. The same vast eye held the reflection a moment longer, Derja's shape caught inside it. Father, she breathed, barely more than the shape of a word. A memory rose up whole, a family together and happy, the Count years younger, his wife beside him, and a small Derja held close between them, warmth in every line of them. A burst of light tore open in front of Derja without warning. Puck crouched close to Guts, trying to understand what was happening around them. The thread of fate has been severed, Void declared. Deep within the whirlpool, the countless souls began to shift, drawing together, no longer scattered, but coiling into something with shape and purpose. Reaching. The mass took clearer form now, dozens of faces knotted together into something vast and half alive, closing into a ring that reached for whatever lay at its center. The Count's face, contorted within the tendrils, dragged further down with every moment. The full mass of the dead came into view, a chain of skeletal bodies bound together, still screaming, closing around him. The coiled mass of the dead tightened as Guts watched from below. The dead, Puck realized aloud, his voice breaking, the dead were dragging the Count down to hell. His eyes went wide, unable to find a word for any of it. A vast, brain-swollen head loomed close, one eye fixed and unblinking on all of it. Vargas, Puck cried out, recognition and horror colliding in the same breath. Something screamed in answer, wordless and raw. The mass of faces and flame convulsed together, one long, unbroken scream rising out of all of them at once. Derja's face went slack with shock. Derja, the Count's voice tore free from somewhere within the mass of souls, reaching for her even now. Father, she managed, barely more than breath. The great tangle of the dead surged closer, the Count straining toward his daughter one last time, even as it dragged him further away. Her face broke into a silent, involuntary cry. Derja, the cry came again, fainter now, swallowed by the vortex closing around him. She reached up after him anyway, tears streaming, as the whirlpool took him down into hell. Derja, Puck screamed, and beside him Guts's eye caught something moving toward him. The tangled mass of the dead reached lower now, past the Count entirely, stretching toward Guts where he lay. Countless arms descended toward him. A sacrifice, the voices cried out, hungry and certain, and this time they weren't talking about the Count. Puck's face went slack with horror. The mass of clawed shapes closed around Guts, wrenching him upward as he screamed. Guts, Puck cried out. That's right, Puck realized, his voice barely holding. Guts has the brand too. Griffith watched from the distant stairway, unmoved. Guts's fingers were still broken from the fight with the Count, trembling as he worked. His face strained with the effort of using the hand at all. He grabbed the black powder and loaded the cannon as fast as he could manage. He stuffed the cannonball in after it, forcing it into place. His fist closed around the mechanism, metal knuckles locking. Guts screamed at Griffith with everything he had left. Guts's face was set and furious. The mechanical arm braced in front of him as skeletal shapes reached in from every side. He unleashed the cannon straight at Griffith, the force of it tearing loose. Guts tumbled amid the reaching mass, the souls still closing around him. Griffith stood distant and still on the stairway, watching the blast streak toward him without moving. He stood atop the impassable stairway, something bright tearing past him through the dark. His cloaked back filled the frame, motionless against the light. Griffith stopped the cannonball before it reached him, no more effort to it than swatting at a fly. Guts couldn't believe what he was seeing. Puck cried out for him in alarm. The force of it flung Guts backward, tumbling, a grunt torn out of him from the impact. Guts hit the ground hard, Griffith still standing above him untouched. He lay there, the full scale of what he was up against settling over him, too heavy to move against. Griffith stood now among the gathered Godhand, the robed woman, Void, the smallest of them with fused glasses catching the light. Something clawed and insectoid crouched at the edge. They stared at Guts and Guts stared back. The fight wasn't over, it had just become something else entirely. Everything gave way to a sudden, blinding burst of light. The Godhand was gone. The cyclone was over, the clouds began to pull apart. Below in the town, the villagers had no way of understanding the full extent of what had just happened above them. They made their way home through the dark streets as best they could, the castle looming behind them. Looking up from below, some of them stared at the sky in silence, unable to name what they had just witnessed. The behelit fell back to the ground, among the rubble. Guts lay collapsed amid broken stone, motionless. His mechanical arm rested beside him, his body finally still. Closer now, sweat and strain still marking his face, even in that stillness. "Are we?" Puck managed, hovering close. "Back," he finished, uncertain. Puck jolted upright, wings flaring at something nearby. Derja sat alone amid the rubble, her back to everything, gasping. The Count's mutilated body sat within the castle wreckage, whatever it was now, silent, ruined, no longer reaching for anything. Among the broken pillars, Puck hovered close and said her name, quiet and uncertain. "Derja." "Derja," Puck managed, and something in him faltered before he could finish it. Her hand shot out, pushing him away. The refusal tore loose from her before she had words for it. Puck hovered back, stunned, hurt and confused. Her face crumpled, she wouldn't look at him. She sat apart from him, refusing to be touched. Puck could only hover there, silent. She curled in on herself amid the rubble, arms wrapped tight, screaming at him to get away from her. "It's a lie," she said, quieter now, tears streaking down her face. "The whole place, all of it, it's a lie." Puck watched her, unable to say anything. "I want to go back," she wept, "to my room." "Take me back," she begged. Puck hovered close, watching helplessly. "Get me out of here," she screamed. "I don't want to be here." "In this place," she said, holding herself. "If I have to stay here, I'd rather be dead." Guts pulled himself upright against his giant sword, using it to hold himself up, and stood over her. Something clicked at his side. Mechanical, cold, Puck hovered nearby, silent. Derja looked up at him through her tears. A serrated dagger lay half-buried in the rubble close by, sparks scattered where something had struck the ground near it. Her face stayed wet and unreadable. "Go ahead," Guts said, flat and unhurried. "Kill yourself." Derja's face went white with shock, tears still falling. Puck's face crumpled, a cry breaking loose from him. His eyes filled with tears, with anger. Guts's expression didn't change, even as Puck's hand cracked across his face, the sound sharp in the quiet. "That's so heartless, Guts," Puck spat, furious, hovering between anger and disbelief. Guts said nothing for a long moment. "All right then," he said at last, Why not just die? His face didn't change. Don't you understand in the least? Puck demanded. What there's just been through. His fists were clenched. Wings flared, everything thrown into the fury of it. Just give up, Guts said, if it's that bad. There just sat alone, the serrated dagger half buried in the rubble beside her. The end of your worries, Guts said, unmoved. Then it'll all be over. Come on, it's simple, all you have to do is slit your wrist with that thing. At least that way, he went on, you might get to see your father and mother. Or would you prefer hell? You'll probably end up going to heaven, he added, flat as ever. Puck's face twisted with disbelief. That jerk means what he's saying, he managed. He's serious. Do what you want with it, Guts said. It's your life. Derja's face jolted, something breaking loose behind her eyes. Guts's eyes stayed fixed on her, unreadable. Her face crumpled further, tears falling freely. The serrated dagger caught what little light there was. From a distance, Puck saw her reach for it and cried out in alarm. Fingers closed around the grip, pressing it toward her own skin. Derja, Puck's voice cracked around her name. Derja knelt alone, the blade already close, tears streaming down. Close on her eye, wet and unblinking, fixed on nothing. Puck flew at her frantically, thrown off balance by the force of his own panic. Snap out of it, he screamed. This is crazy. Stop it, he cried, still reaching for her, still trying. Guts stood with his sword raised, watching. Something gave way beneath her, and Derja's scream tore loose as the floor crumbled out from under her, stone and rubble falling away into the dark. Puck and Derja's faces both went slack with the same horror. Guts, something cried out, and Guts was already moving. Derja's hands closed around the blade of Guts's sword, gripping it with everything she had, as he held the other end and held her. Back from the fall, her body's answer arriving before her mind had caught up to it. Guts's face set hard with the effort. Derja screamed, straining, her hand locked around the blade. She hauled herself upward, gritted and desperate, sound tearing from her throat. He pulled her the rest of the way up, a grunt torn out of him from the effort. Below she was crying, small and shaken. Her hands bled where the blade had cut into them, and still she held on. Derja, Puck cried out. Guts strained against her weight, sound tearing loose from the effort. Derja's face was stricken, caught somewhere between fear and disbelief. He swung the sword hard to the side, sending her tumbling up and over onto solid ground. Derja lay where she had fallen, exhausted. My God, that's terrible, Puck managed, hovering close. Derja, are you all right? Guts turned and looked at her, taking in the full weight of what had just happened. His face set, trying to process it. His jaw gritted, sweat still on his skin. His eyes stayed fixed ahead, carrying something he hadn't put words to yet. Hold on, Puck said gently, hovering close to her. Let me treat your wounds now. He startled, glancing toward her. Derja, he asked, uncertain when she didn't answer. Her voice came back low and bitter. It's all because of you. Guts knelt alone amid the broken pillars, distant from all of it. It all started after you came here, she said, tears still wet on her face. Because of you, she said again, furious now. Guts only listened, his face giving nothing away. From those eyes, he said at last, gathering his sword from the rubble, it looks like you don't plan to die anytime soon. He turned to go, and she watched him, startled by something in what he'd just said. He crouched and picked up what was left, his cloak, the behelit, and slung it all back into place. That's fine by me, he said, without looking back. Guts walked on, cape settling over his shoulders. I'll kill you, Derja said, low and certain. Devil, someday I swear, her voice broke into a scream. I'll kill you. Guts kept walking, unmoved. Oh, he said, and glanced back. I'm ready, Guts said, whenever you are. He walked on into the ruins, sword over his shoulder, the crescent moon rising pale over the broken architecture behind her. Guts, she called after him, and he didn't turn back. Puck lingered a moment, then flew after him. "Hey, wait up." Guts gripped his sword in silence, its hilt worn and familiar in his hand. Tears came, quietly, without warning, the way things do when there's finally nothing left to hold them back. Guts walked on, cloak billowing, sword resting over his shoulder. Puck could only stare, wordless. "Guts," Puck said, just his name and nothing else. Guts wiped roughly at his own face before Puck could get a proper look, and walked on into the dark without looking back. The Count is gone, pulled under by the same darkness he spent years serving. Thesja is still standing, though barely, her grief already hardening into something that will take years to arrive at fully, and Guts walks away from all of it into the night. Whatever he's carrying showed on his face for just a moment. Then the wind took it, and he was himself again. Guts still doesn't have his answer. Somewhere behind that helm is the man he once called a friend, and the reason it came to this hasn't been told yet. That story is next, the Golden Age, before any of this began. Subscribe to be here when it starts, and thank you for staying in the dark this long.